everyone, and welcome to this this July 2021 meeting of the Metro Nashville Public Schools Board of Education. We thank you all for being here. We're so excited because we have a number of community members here to speak with us. Remember, during the first meeting of each month, we hear from community during what we call public participation. We have roughly 60 community members ready to speak with us. I want to offer you this suggestion that if someone ahead of you has spoken and you thoroughly agree with what they're saying, please feel free to stand in agreement. And if you would like to use your time just to say ditto, please feel free to do so. With that, we have established a quorum. We'll begin with our Pledge of Allegiance. Would Dr. Berthina Nabab McKinney, who is the Parent Advisory Council Recruitment Director for MNPS, please lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
How you doing, Ms. Bush? Bush.
All right, so thank you. You will see your name listed. If you signed up before 12 o'clock noon on yesterday to speak before us, you will have 3 minutes. We will begin, you will hear this sound once your 3 minutes is up, and we ask that you complete your sentence and then move away from the podium. If you have not been able to complete your speech, please feel free to email it to us. You can find all of our emails at mnps.org. With that, we'll begin with Councilmember Dave Rosenberg.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you, school board members, Dr. Battle, for your incredible leadership during really extraordinary times. There have been no right answers for the last year and a half. Y'all have done an extraordinary job, and I'm very, very thankful for you. My name is Dave Rosenberg. I live at 7429 Riverfront Drive. I represent the Bellevue community on the Metro Council, including the area immediately adjacent to the former Brookmead Elementary School, which Nashville Classical is attempting to take over. And my 2 children attend H.G. Hill Middle School, and they both attended Gower Elementary School, which is just 1 mile away from Brookmead. The calendar says it's 2021, but here we are again in 2012 with the Great Heart-style Trojan horse. And I would say it's a really creative way of introducing vouchers into our area, if not for the fact that it's a Great Hearts copycat, targeting private school parents with the promise of their very own taxpayer-funded private school. Not a very good performing one necessarily, but Bellevue has reward elementary schools all over that are succeeding by every measure in socioeconomically diverse, racially diverse, and culturally diverse environments. If this were really about the kids, we'd see them trying to open in an area of town where schools are busting at the seams, or ones with greater socioeconomic challenges. Instead, they're trying to open a mile from a reward school that has excess capacity. There's only one good reason to do that. That's where the money is. There is no demand for this school. Out of all the emails and phone calls I've gotten, not a single one, not one, has been in support. Not even a little in support. It's only surprising that a charter company is wanting to move into the exact location where a far more capable charter company tried and failed not many years ago. I'm, of course, referring to LEAD, whose failure left its declining number of students scrambling to find new schools and produced even more churn that harms our students. There are great public schools in every corner of our county, and District 9 is packed with overachieving elementary schools. And with our choice model and excess capacity at Gower, again, 1 mile, 2 minutes away from Brookmead, they're open to anyone who wants to go. But public school families have no interest in this, and frankly, our schools can't afford to see resources get sucked out of them for the sake of a grift. You're going to hear a lot of sleight of hand from those in support, I'm quite certain, and I'm very thankful that y'all are informed and able to see through that, and we'll always be able to keep in mind that there just isn't demand, and there's a lot of choice already. Thank you for all your time. Thank you for your unending support for our public schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Origi.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Dr. Nicole Kendall Origi. My address is 154 North Timber Drive. I'm a resident of District 7. My participation in tonight's meeting is to speak in favor of the Aventura Community School. My advocacy of their dual language immersion school comes in two distinct perspectives. One as a parent of a preschooler, and two as a 16-year professor of teacher education who prepares candidates to support diverse communities. Many of those dynamic professionals are employees in this district. I myself am a former Metro employee. As a parent, I can appreciate the opportunity for my child to speak two languages, thereby offering her the same bilingual readiness as other metropolitan school districts that value scholars equipped with not only language skills, but also important social skills needed to work with others. Research shows that the rigor of these types of programs offer language acquisition combined with content acquisition, which has enormous benefits for native and non-native speakers, raising achievement in language and math skills. As a teacher educator, my candidates benefit from field experience in which they can cultivate in a learning environment that promotes the success for all. The opportunity to partner with Adventure would offer them the opportunity to foster those practitioner skills in a culturally sensitive, dual language fluency, and instructional environment that boosts those confidence and those competencies for diverse learners. Now, although this is not a conversation about the IB programs, I know that Metro Nashville has 10 international baccalaureate programs, 2 being elementary schools, both located in a cluster that is typically known as a high-performing, high socioeconomic area. Yet, Ventura School has similar aims to develop those students that will have active, caring, lifelong learners, also demonstrating respect for themselves. And they are also located in the Antioch cluster, which is also an IB school, which would offer those families and communities the opportunity to support a foundation for that program. So in closing, Adventure would be an asset to the district, especially in a time when Nashville continues to attract businesses and industries from across the world. And I just hope that my statement will offer you some further consideration. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Nicholas Stepka. All right, Colleen Sasser. Andrea Small.
Good evening. My name is Ann Small, and I live in East Nashville. Thank you for your time this evening. I would love to share how amazing it feels to have Nashville Classical be a public charter school option in East Nashville, the community where I live, where I work, and where I raise my family. I'm a realtor, and I help people find a place to call home and a community to belong to. East Nashville, with its vibrant local stores, restaurants, and coffee shops, has become a highly desired community to call home in our city. For a long time, however, when couples started to have children, they started looking outside of East Nashville because they could not find a high-quality public school for their children. Today, I'm so passionate about sharing the extraordinary public school we have right in our community, Nashville Classical Charter School. The dream is having a school that you cherish in the community where you live. We have that dream here in East Nashville, and we would love your support to be able to share this opportunity to more scholars throughout our city. As you know, Nashville Classical 2 would be an open enrollment K-8 school that would serve the entire city of Nashville. I have several friends in the Bordeaux area that are looking for just this option that Nashville Classical could provide. Nashville Classical is above and beyond what I've seen in school options. When my husband and I started looking at schools in our East Nashville community, Nashville Classical stood out as the option that delivered and exceeded our expectations. Like most parents, we are looking for a school that would help our child learn and challenge them. Among Davidson County's 87 high-poverty elementary and middle schools, Nashville Classical ranks first. We also sought out a school that gave our child a more realistic worldview. We wanted an environment with scholars from different backgrounds, culturally and socioeconomically, with teachers who taught the importance of celebrating everyone's differences, uniquenesses, and inclusivity. Nashville Classical Charter School enrolls Black, Hispanic, and Native American students at a rate 33 points higher and enrolls economically disadvantaged students at a rate more than double any of the others. Nashville Classical brings families from all over the city, and we know that a second campus would do the same. The weekly community meetings at the school on Friday are hands down the best part of my week. I leave with a sense of pride, community, and encouragement. Just imagine what my 7-year-old daughter feels. This is the definition of positive community impact. The pride Nashville scholars, classical scholars have in their school, their classmates, and themselves as fellow peers earned Scholars of the Week is something that cannot be taken from them. The brokerage I work with is Compass. I'm currently reading a book by the founder and CEO of Compass called No One Succeeds Alone. Some of the principles that Robert Refkin has learned and shares are dream big, move fast, learn from reality, and be solutions-driven. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, if you are not able to finish your statement, please feel free to respond to us or email us. Benjamin Small. Keena Armstrong.
Hello and good evening. Thank you for giving me this opportunity just to tell you from my heart how sad I am that I have to be here in the first place, that our plan for Nashville Classical Charter School was not approved. That makes me sad. I may look young. I shouldn't say that. But I am a wife of 30 years. I am a mother of 7 children, 6 of which we homeschooled all the way through and have gone on to bigger and better dreams and have gone on to college. And our youngest daughter, Zerai Armstrong, is now attending Nashville Classical Charter School. The reason we have her there is because we trust this school. We trust the parents. We trust what they put into their students at home, and we trust what they want. And we trust the founder. We trust the teachers. That is not something I can say comes lightly. That is something when we leave our daughter behind those closed doors, we know that she is loved. And that love comes through pushing her to excel. That love comes through spending time with her, taking her from the 23rd percentile when she came in reading in 3rd grade, because I was no longer homeschooling and I was working. And the school that we put her in was not sufficient. And they brought her up to the 71st percentile, and she is going into the 7th grade. This is my daughter. Our child looks and feels like their daughter. That founder back there puts his blood and soul into that school. Those teachers back there put their blood and soul into that school. I am disappointed and heartbroken that I have to be here in the first place and beg you all to approve of a school that should be welcomed in the community in East Nashville. It should already be done. That is all I have to say.
Thank you. Crystal Schwartz. Raquel Hambrick. Torvis Gardner. Dwight Gordon.
Good evening. My name is Dwight E. Gordon II. My address is 922 Phillips Street. I was born and raised here in the Nashville, Tennessee community. Being a native of Nashville these days, I'm considered a rarity. This rareness also gives me ability to see changes many others have not seen or been aware of in this city. Both of my parents are from Nashville, and my mother herself helped integrate a school here in Nashville, Tennessee. I give this background to say I've seen and been a part of a lot of changes in demographics in this city. I'm a graduate of John Overton High School, and I went on to receive both my undergraduate and master's degree from Tennessee State University. I'm here today to talk to you about Nashville Classical Charter School. When I had the opportunity to have my own kids and it became time for them to attend school, We looked for a school that not only afforded a great education, but also gave them a more diverse education than most kids in today's generation have had access to. When I attended schools such as Tusculum Elementary, McMurray Middle School, and John Overton, I knew I was getting a quality education. Having access to the high-quality education prepared me for college and beyond. But as our city has changed and developed, funding and access for schools and teachers has followed those changing demographics. Many of the city's schools are less accessible and culturally diverse today. Cultural diversity, high-quality education, and rigorous academics are what we sought and found at Nashville Classical Charter School. Our children have been a part of the Nashville Classical Charter School community for 6 years now, with our oldest daughter going to the 6th grade and our youngest going into the 5th grade. Our daughters have continuously excelled academically, whether it was remote or in-person learning. They've reached a higher percentile of kids in their age groups and their grade year in and year out. They have excelled and on numerous occasions represented the school proudly, and they're always applauded on their intellectual knowledge. My wife herself is a professor of engineering, and she finds herself at times thinking and saying aloud to her own students, "My daughters know how to work these equations I'm giving you." This has continuously reaffirmed our kids and every other child in Nashville deserves access to a Nashville Classical Charter School education. The school culture, the teachers, and Mr. Friedman, the founder, want to create and provide the best education for Nashville's next generation. And I ask that you allow them the opportunity to continue this great work by opening a second campus. We have seen other kids at other schools and have heard other parents speak of how much their kids' academics suffered during the pandemic. We have seen and heard stories in kids during being denied the best education and going to schools that are lacking diversity and teachers administration that care. NCCS offers all those qualities and more, and I know that Nashville Classical 2 will expand those opportunities. The education at NCCS is unmatched, and because it's unmatched at helping them develop both academically and socially, we believe every child in Davidson County deserves this opportunity. I thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Hassan Clayton.
Good evening. I'm Hassan Clayton, and I'm a teacher at Nashville Classical Charter School. I've been a part of the community for 3 years now, and it all started when I was immersed into the school culture as a program coordinator at one of our after-school programs. Interacting with scholars in that program made it clear how different the school community is in regards to instilling values into the kids that will carry them to and through high school, college, and life. My experience as a teacher at Nashville Classical has been nothing short of outstanding. Our administration has helped me hone my skills as a professional in order to become a leader who can give back to our students. Helping me to become the best that I can be as a Black male teacher has allowed me to share my experiences with our diverse community, our staff, scholars, and families, leading to an environment of trust, safety, and joy. From helping scholars unlock their athletic potential while coaching after-school sports to improving their reading skills in the classroom, our community of joy has allowed us to be a school community that breeds success. This joy for learning has translated to our school exceeding and outperforming many other schools in Nashville. For example, in 2009, our success rate on the 10 Ready was 2.2 times the success rate in MNPS and 1.6 times the success rate statewide. Among Davidson County's 87 high-poverty elementary and middle schools, Nashville Classical ranked first. Nashville Classical is one of the 5 most popular elementary schools in the city, and among those 5 most popular schools, Nashville Classical enrolls Black, Hispanic, and Native American students at a rate of 33 points higher and enrolls economically disadvantaged students at a rate more than double of any others. At Nashville Classical, we bring in families from all over the city, and we know that this second location will have a positive impact in the community. Continuing the intentional approach of mixing socially diverse families and scholars at our second site will help each student learn how to take each other's perspectives and embrace each other's differences. This is pivotal to helping them to navigate through high school and college. where they will have to learn in harmony with others who may or may not look like them. Above all, opening a second school will be beneficial for all students in Nashville because it would allow us to teach kids how to model the values that we teach, such as integrity, resilience, and teamwork in their respective communities. This would help Nashville come together as a community of love and empathy as we continue striving for justice and equity in our society. Please vote in favor of opening the second Nashville Classical Campus. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Charlie Friedman.
Good evening. It's loud. My name is Charlie Friedman. I live at 1805 Woodland Street, and I'm the founder of Nashville Classical Charter School. About 5 months ago, our school submitted a proposal to open a second campus, and in May, after listening to your feedback, we completed a thorough revision. On Friday, the MNPS Review Committee notified us, and you, I believe, that our proposal meets all standards for approval. And while we are grateful for the committee's positive feedback, I can appreciate the decision before you tonight. And I thought it might be helpful to hear from our community to understand exactly who we are and why we want to grow. And I'd like to also share a little bit about myself. 2 years ago, while my wife was pregnant with our only son, I sat in a small, dark office of Vanderbilt's neurology department. When we told the doctor my wife was pregnant, he began to cry. You see, minutes later, he was going to diagnose my wife with ALS, a 100% fatal disease that kills patients within 2 to 4 years. Today, we consider ourselves incredibly lucky. Our son was born healthy, and my wife's arms are paralyzed, but her condition is stable. She'll never carry our son, and she can't stand how I put her hair in a ponytail, but those are small inconveniences compared to the alternative. In our spare time, we are dedicated to patient advocacy. We work with other patients to increase their autonomy, their access, and their choices for care. So why am I sharing this with you? Well, for 2 reasons. One, because I have read and heard that our motivations to propose a second campus are suspect, that we're driven by ego or greed or worse. I promise you that is not the case. All we are trying to do is as much good as we can with the limited time we have. Second, I want you to know that I come to my belief that families deserve autonomy and access and choices honestly. And while we may not share that belief, I suspect there is a lot we do agree on. I suspect we agree that there are generational inequities and injustices in our city. And these injustices are not just a stain on our community. They were stitched into its fabric by design. And I believe that accessible, high-quality, open enrollment public schools, schools like Nashville Classical, can be one part of a greater solution. As you've heard, our most vulnerable learners achieve proficiency at rates 2.5 times nearby schools. We receive more than 10 applications for every seat. Opening a new campus will make a positive difference. And so as you consider our proposal tonight, I hope you will at least consider it on its merits. And I hope at least you'll understand that we do have a shared purpose. We believe Nashville Classical 2 is an investment in our city, not an attack on it. And we'd consider it a privilege for you to ratify, or at least honestly consider, the review committee's recommendation and approve us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alexandra Ball.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. My name is Alex Ball, and my address is 605 Hickory Bend Drive in Nashville. My son is a founding scholar at Nashville Classical, and we are proud to be part of such a diverse, caring, and academically driven community. As a first-generation college graduate and middle school educator, the ability to choose a quality school for my child is priceless. I'm here today because Nashville Classical has changed our lives. My son entered school legally blind in kindergarten and was missing many of the fundamental skills from pre-K that his peers entered kindergarten with. And I will be honest, the first few years of school at Classical were tremendously difficult for us. There were lots of tears, lots of frustration, but the staff and the teachers at Nashville Classical wrapped their arms around myself, my child, and my family. They supported us in a way that we had never felt before. They created a place where he felt safe to struggle, to learn, and to grow. And when I had no idea, even as an educator myself, of how to help my own child, they provided me with the guidance and support that I needed as a parent to help us feel seen and valued and challenged. Nashville Classical embraced us, and teachers like Miss Colonna, Miss Rusco are the definition of what it means to put kids first. And so today I'm coming before you to ask you, the board, to put our kids first too, to put the kids of Nashville and Nashville Classical first. Students like my son, students who struggled tremendously, kids who need it desperately and need a community like Nashville Classical. I'm asking you to wrap your arms around them and to support them, and to support parents like me, parents who want school choice. I'm asking you to say yes to Nashville Classical too, so that you can say yes to proving what is possible in our city and our community for all kids. There is power in choice, and I'm asking the board to support parent choice today by supporting a second campus for Nashville Classical. We are open to serve all students as an open enrollment school. And even though our students might come from different backgrounds, they might face different economic disadvantages and different struggles, we know that our students can be successful when they have loving and caring teachers and staff. And I believe in our mission so much that I've even joined our Nashville Classical staff this year because I believe in what we are doing and the work that we are doing at our school. And I could see myself being no other place than fighting side by side with our staff members and with the people that serve my student every single day at our campus. So I'm asking you to give us a chance to choose, give us a chance to fight for our students. And I want to share a quote with you that's one of my favorite. It is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. And that's from Frederick Douglass. And so today I'm asking you to help us to build strong children. Help us to support them. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Diana Sanchez Vega. Priscilla Ridley.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board. I had a prepared speech. My scholar who attends Nashville Classical said, "Auntie, don't go with that speech." My scholar is a founder of Nashville Classical. She now has 3 other siblings that attend Nashville Classical. As you notice, I said auntie, not mom. I am auntie. The founder that I have came to me from a broken home 6 years ago. She was about to fail first grade. Had it not been for Mr. Freeman and his staff that supported me and my family through that time, I don't know where we would be. Literally, I don't know where we would be and where those kids would be today. Today, 3 of those children are in the 80th percentile nationwide. 1 of them is struggling. I even talked to them about not bringing that child there, and they told me, "Oh, no, he's got to come. We got the resources, and we can make it happen." And believe me, that's exactly what they have done. They have taken this student who everybody thought couldn't read, couldn't write, couldn't do anything, is now reading and writing, and he'll tell you, "I could do that, I can do that." But his confidence in what they instilled in this young man has made him start to soar. Going back to my founder, she is getting ready to take AP courses in the 8th grade. She scored in the 90 percentile in her math, in her English classes this year on her TN Ready. I am above and beyond proud of this young lady, but I did not do this. It was the staff and administration of Nashville Classical that did that. And I'm here today to tell you that school has gone over and beyond for those students, in person and virtual. Had this school been around when my kids were going to school, they would have been there. My kids attended private schools. I am a product of the public school system, but I put them in private schools because the school system wasn't what I thought it should be at the time. But now I am the utmost opponent for Nashville Classical Charter School. Without them in the community, I don't know where some of the kids would be today. Just like they said, they're extremely passionate about what they do, and they care, and they're very honest to us parents about the realities of what's going on with our kids. So I ask at this time that you do approve their request for a second campus. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Robert McNeely. Portia Pope. Elizabeth Hines.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for your time, board members and Dr. Battle. My name is Elizabeth Hines, and I'm here as the chair of the MNPS PAC. Just here to announce a couple of upcoming events that we have going on. On Tuesday, July 20th, the PAC will be meeting with the Metro Nashville Education Committee at City Hall. Tanya Hancock, who's our City Council liaison, was able to set that meeting for us, so a bunch of us will be going. On Saturday, July 31st, MNPS PAC will have a booth at the Stronger Than My Father Back to School celebration. We want to use that chance to recruit more parents to join the PAC in the Antioch area, in school board member Fran Bush's area. And then on August 31st, on Tuesday evening, we're going to have our first district-wide PAC meeting. We're hoping to have a hybrid, both virtual and in person, so that we can get as many parents to attend, because we understand that everyone will be excited about returning back to school. Ms. Masters and the board, they're working on something for us. Hopefully by August, we may start to have some town hall meetings where we can invite parents, school board members to start having some of these important discussions in an area where we get more than 3 minutes to state our concerns and fears. We're working with Nashville Public Education Foundation and viewing their new documentary. The plan now is to have these viewings at several libraries throughout the school year. NPF has agreed to work with us, so this is going to go from September all the way to June of 2022. As I state every time I come up here, you know, we are parents and caregivers of all MNPS students, traditional, charter, magnet, virtual, all of the above. I have my own personal story. I've only been in Nashville for 44 months. I came here to live close to my mom. I'm not a Nashville native. I'm not even a U.S. native, but I'm here, and I feel like I've inherited whatever we have here. But I've got 2 8-year-olds who need to be educated just like all the other 8-year-olds in Nashville. And so I want to contribute as well to finding solutions for all the kids, regardless of zip code, school building, age, all of them. If you'd like to join, participate, learn more about the PAC, our email is mnpspac@gmail.com. We're also hoping that we can post some of our events on the MNPS calendar. We've sent that request to your staff, Dr. Battle, to see if they wouldn't mind if we could use your district calendar. Thank you.
Thank you. Berthina DeBa McKinney.
Good evening. How are you guys? Good evening, Chair Buggs, members of the board, Dr. Battle, public officials, MNPS staff, parents, students, and community members. My name is Dr. Berthina Nabama-Kinney. My address is 4323 Stonehall Boulevard, Hermitage. I'm a resident of District 4. I am also a parent and guardian of 5 children who have graduated from MNPS, and I have one more left, a rising 3rd grader at Hermitage Elementary. I am here today serving as the McGavick Cluster Coordinator, as well as the district-wide MNPS Parent Advisory Council, commonly known as PAC. The purpose of PAC is to provide opportunities for effective involvement of all parents in MNPS, promote healthy communication, and create a strong partnership with the district and among all school stakeholders. I am here today really serving as the recruiter for our district-wide PAC. We are currently recruiting at least 2 members from each school across our district, or 2 parents from each school across our district to serve on the PAC. If you are a parent with children in MNPS, please consider joining the PAC. I invite all of you in the audience to please consider joining the PAC, and any of you who are listening in. If we are looking for really a diverse representation, and I mean a true reflection of all parents across our district. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me via social media or by phone. My number is 615-475-8162, or by email at mnpspac@gmail.com. You may also contact our chair, Ms. Bibi Hines, that was just up here, and our vice chair, Kevin Walker. Our first district-wide PAC meeting is August 31st. But in the meantime, we are really looking to establish PAC, Parent Advisory Councils, in each of our clusters across our district. Also, if you are a charter school representative, please also reach out to Ms. Erica Lanier. She is our charter school liaison. But we are really trying to build out this PAC, and we would love to see representation from every single school across our district. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Lisa Vale. Addison Hickman. Erasley Reyes. My apologies for butchering your name.
Hello, my name is Denadita Romero. That name is Araceli Reyes, and I am here to represent her and Ms. Monica Cefontes. They are both parents of Nashville Classical. Un día me preguntaron qué representa para mí Nashville Classical Charter School. Pues solo puedo decir que para mí es más que un colegio, es un segundo lugar para mi hija, es un segundo hogar para mi hija. Ellos tienen como misión brindar a cada alumno una educación integral en cada etapa de su desarrollo, comenzando en el respeto a sus creencias, poniendo al máximo empeño en el cultivo de valores humanos, creación de hábitos de estudios, trabajando y convivencia, que les dará una excelente formación académica, lo que es una garantía a las familias que además de una información académica, nuestros hijos tendrán la madurez emocional necesaria para el futuro, ser una de las mejores instituciones educativas, comprometidos y responsables de enseñar a nuestros hijos al respeto, la confianza, la igualdad y la autonomía que demanda hoy nuestra sociedad. One day they asked me what Nashville Classical Charter School represents for me. Well, I can say that for me it is more than a school for my daughter. It is a home for her. Their mission is to provide each student with a comprehensive education at each stage of their development. starting with respect in their beliefs, putting the maximum determination in cultivating human rights, creating study habits, and the work and interactions is giving them an excellent academic training. This is a guarantee to families that in addition to an academic training, our children will have the emotional maturity necessary for the future. So I want to give the greatest recognition to their great work. I give my infinite gratitude for being one of the best educational institutions. They are committed and responsible for teaching our children the respect, trust, equality, and autonomy that our society demands today. Thank you all, Monica Cifuentes. If it's okay, I will stay here for the next person, which is Araceli Reyes. They were mixed up.
Monica
but
Cifuentes, go ahead.
yeah, thank you. My name is Araceli Reyes, mom to Diane and Leslie Avila Reyes. Thank you. For me and my daughters, Nashville Classical is an excellent school and it has excellent teachers. My daughters are happy to be at the school and get excited when returning to school in the morning. At the beginning, it was very hard for my youngest daughter to go to school, but that quickly changed thanks to the patience and hard work of their amazing staff. All I hear now is how excited she is about going to school, which to me means they are doing a great job. Everyone working at Nashville Classical is amazing, and I would like to see more children get the same opportunity to attend an amazing school of their choice, as my daughters have done. For this reason and many more, I have been working with the Nashville Classical team to enroll my nephew for the past 2 years, so he too can get that opportunity. We believe that everyone deserves an opportunity to get a great education, and due to the high demand, we will continue to apply and wait until my nephew receives that opportunity as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Vickers. Victoria Gordon.
Hello, I'm Victoria Gordon, and I'm a Nashville Propel parent leader. I stand here as a parent of a very passionate, unpredictable, and rememberable exceptional learner. As we end this school year, and I was being his teacher and his behavior support, as well as we adjusted with remaining strictly virtual the entire time, I seen hope and prosperity in his little brown eyes. I stand before you proudly in support of the personalized learning plan, in conjunction with my child's current and visualized education plan. My rising 7th grader has a passion for science, but is struggling poorly in reading and math with a current MAP testing score of 1 percentile in the same areas. We were aware of the struggles far before the pandemic and feel this plan can improve all students district-wide in improving learning gaps due to the learning loss from COVID and beyond. It is apparent we need interventions. This statement is true in many households like mine, may vary in many subjects, and can be presented in this room along with me today. But one thing is clear, this plan can help every student's individual success overall in addition with their needs and challenges while identifying their strengths, interests, and goals. This is an opportunity to not only empower parents, but to bring hope to others like mine and create a partnership between parents and schools by the clear communications and strategies and being transparent. There's a lot of resources the district is getting to help combat learning loss. This should be one of them. Come on now. Parents like me deserve the opportunity to understand our child's educational journey, no matter where we may find it. A district-wide system approach and plan can make this most effective way to do this. So I ask you all to help me support my family and other families like mine in getting our students the visualized learning plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Janie Zerker. Clarissa Seabury. Ivory Wilson.
Good evening. I am Ivory Wilson, a mother to a 3-year-old male and a Nashville Propel parent. My son will be starting school in August. My fears for him is that the MNPS school system will fail him the same way it failed me 6 years ago when I graduated from Whites Creek High School in 2015. I feel that if personalized learning plans existed, I would have a better education and a different life. I do not want my son to experience the things that I did or feel as if I did going through school. I felt as if I was pushed through and not taught. I was not prepared for college nor the world. I was lost when I graduated high school and felt guilty for the type of education I received. I believe if I had a personalized learning plan, I would have a better education and different life. I am excited that my son will have an opportunity at personalized learning plans, but when will we see the plan for them? In my opinion, a personalized learning plan will connect students, teachers, and parents and create a bond that is needed and track learning loss. I want to know, what is your plan for personalized learning plans and learning loss? How do you plan to start using personalized learning plans, and when will you use it to track and help learning loss? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mary Sweat.
I'd just like to say hello to everyone. My name is Mary Sweat. I am a Nashville Propel powerful grandparent leader. Had my grandson since he's 4.5. He's 14 now. He is so smart, but it never reflects in his grades. He's been diagnosed with ADD, ADHD, and ODD. And the schools he's been to, signed up for, tried to get him an IEP. Didn't get an IEP till he was in the 6th grade. And even now, he is still behind. Sound like I should have had him in the classical school. Because he plays piano. He's played piano for 6 years. Was in the band, played tuba for 5 years. But his grades do not reflect as smart as he is. The personalized learning plan must happen. Must happen. It's got to happen. I don't know what else needs to be said for it to happen. But I don't want to see him and he's going to 9th grade and still behind. Even with going back to school, he's still behind. When school started, I had no idea what I was going to do with him because I had to work, trying to get somewhere to take him. Nobody told me anything. Me calling around and calling around and calling around, I finally found out that I could send him to the Boys and Girls Club. Even with a child having an IEP, they had no plan for our kids. No plan to what was going to happen with them when kids didn't go back to school. So we absolutely need a personalized learning plan to get these kids where they need to be. The kids that struggle with the mental illnesses, we need more counselors in school, a lot more counselors. Like I said, he's had trauma, is why he's with me. So he's still carrying that even with me, the therapy that he's had. Yet they had it in school when he gets angry, instead of them kind of pushing him to the side because he's angry. Something needs to change. Something's got to happen. I don't know, like I said, I don't know what else needs to be said, what all these other people need to say. Something's got to happen with this personal learning plans. 2 years ago, something should have happened. Reading, everything. Kids are so far behind on reading, doesn't make any sense. Like teachers, all kids learn different. We need to have some kind of program that's going to help the kids that are falling behind. Like I said, he's in high school now. He's got 4 years left of school. Don't know what's going to happen when he gets into 12th grade, if something doesn't happen now. So I beg and plead, and whatever else I need to do, something needs to happen. He even came with me tonight. If he could talk, I'm sure he would. But I thank you for you all listening to me, and I hope, like I say, I hope this helps and something happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonia Thomas.
Hello, my name is Sonia Thomas. I'm the Executive Director for Nashville Propel. We are parents requiring our public education system to lead. I did not write a speech either. This is what I know. All they have to do is say they're going to do something, and they don't have to do anything. Everybody has already made their decisions today about things that are very important, votes about amendments and other issues, and they're very important. But we started this process back in May of 2020 because we knew that things were going to be catastrophic. And we thought that we had some good collaboration with Dr. Battle and her central office staff, and we're making way. And we presented this personalized learning plan that we vetted across the country with experts, along with parents just like you, and some people from the community just like you. And we created a task force to address learning loss for our children. But nobody's listening. The talks have stopped. Thank you for your dashboard. That is great because we all need to see the ugly truth. But what we're asking for is what you're gonna do with the stuff in the dashboard. What you gonna do with it? For far too long, y'all. Like, I'm tired of coming up here asking and begging and hoping and praying. As a matter of fact, Father, in the name of Jesus, thank you for this day. I'm serious. We have fought long enough for our children. We have begged long enough. Our children have hit schoolyards and prison yards and graveyards. And we're tired. And all we're asking is for a plan, a personalized learning plan. It's not a one-size-fits-all. None of our children are alike. All of your children have unique strengths and abilities. And I don't care if they have a learning disability. That's why they got accommodations. They still should know how to read. And so today, my demand is that you come back to the table, Dr. Battle. Come back to the table. Dr. Santelises in Baltimore is at the table. And some other people at the table. But we're not even heard in our own town. Come back to the table. Let's put together a plan together. Let's work together. That's going to look at our children, look at their strengths, their interests, promote real equity. How long have we been talking about equity? Real equity. Y'all through playing with y'all. I'm through playing. Everybody got their agendas. I don't care about nothing else. I walked away from nursing because of these kids, because I can't stand to see another kid in a grave. I watched a kid in January go to juvenile for murdering another kid. And he had potential. Get your priorities straight.
Thank you. Aisha White.
Hello, my name is Aisha White. My address is 3416 Cobble Street, and I'm here to talk about in support for Ventura Community Bilingual School. As an immigrant myself, my kids hopefully will be bilingual, and I know that having a school that has another language will definitely help them. Studies have shown how being bilingual helps you learn. It helps you in your community. I also work with immigrants and refugees, and many of them are bilingual, but there's no bilingual school in South Nashville. So even having the Hispanic community that's huge in Nashville, having a school for them will benefit them and also benefit other kids who might be able to learn bilingually. So I hope that you will support Ventura Community School because what they're doing is needed. There is a bilingual school in Nashville, but it's not in the area where the immigrants live. So I think having one in our community will definitely help and support our kids. So my daughter is going to kindergarten this year, first time in MNPS, so I'm hoping that this school will be available for her when she gets a little bit older. I have a second child that's 3. They'll also be going to school soon, and I hope that they'll have this bilingual school available. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lynn Hoyt.
Madam Chair and board members, my name is Lynn Hoyt. I'm an MNPS parent, and I live in Westmead, Nashville, District 9, and I'm a NOAA member. I'm here to support you and our MNPS educators in your local decisions to adopt the curriculum you feel will serve our diverse students well in MNPS. Whether black or white, Latino or Asian, Native or newcomer, we want our kids to have an education that is equitable and authentic. Educators do need more training and guidance in these tumultuous times. I do not envy you all, but I know that this district has its heart in the right place, and for that I'm grateful. I am concerned. I'm concerned about political outsiders who try to make our kids' classrooms into battlegrounds, hoping to divide us so we don't join together and demand all that our schools need. I'm concerned that a charter school opening in my neighborhood will continue to fragment resources at Westmead Elementary, H.G. Hill Middle, and Gower. And when enrollment drops in zone schools, so does funding, causing budgets to be cut. The first things to go are programs that make families excited about schools, music, art, untested academics, counselors, a variety of sports, perpetuating a cycle of running from under-resourced schools. When schools fail, it's because we fail to resource them, like with programs like personalized learning plans. I want a great school for every child. I want every school to have counselors, social workers, psychologists, and nurses. I worry we will never have these deep resources we need. Thank you all for your time this evening, and please keep pushing to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Keita Williams.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Keita Williams. Good evening, Chair and members of the board. Dr. Keita Williams. I'm not a member of or a teacher of education. I'm actually a medical doctor, but I have a passion for what happens in the school system. My address, I don't know if we have to give addresses or anything like that, but 64 Harpeth Bend Drive. The House Bill 580 prohibits schools from using supplemental materials that promotes that one race is inherently superior to another. If we are to truly uphold this bill, we need to ensure that it not only applies to supplemental materials, but that the primary materials also adhere to not promoting one race as superior to another. This is particularly true as it pertains to the history curriculum. You see, the history curriculum today is very similar to what it was when I was in school. Both then and now, his story is taught from his perspective. His story teaches very little about the contributions made by people other than him. His story instills him with confidence and hope and makes him feel really good about himself, as his story should. After all, it is his. While I was taught his story and required to memorize the details thereof, my story was only taught in the context of his. If we are only taught his story, then neither he nor I can see much value in people who have scarcely been mentioned in his story. Though not recognized in his story, there are many contributions made by people who are a part of my story. And though he benefits from these inventions and contributions, like the pacemaker, the retinal implant, the light bulb filament, home security system, and many more, the inventors of these inventions are not mentioned in schools because they are not a part of his story. Learning only his story is not inconsequential. It causes him to have a unilateral perspective on life and affects the decisions he makes when interacting with people who are not a part of his story. When all he hears is his story, he begins to believe that his story is the only story that is of any significance. In his story, he is a hero, and he's mighty, and he's valiant, and after all, he should be. It is his story. He seldom highlights the contributions of people who are not like him because it is his story. But what if we were not just taught his story, but the stories of others and their contributions? Shall we call it our story? If history is any indication of future events, he will resist this notion of implementing our story and state that our story will threaten to undo his story. At that point, he will need a gentle reminder that the English pronoun our does not exclude his story, it just includes mine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Amity Marsh.
Good evening, Ms. Boggs, Chairwoman, and members of the board. My name is Amity Marsh, and I live in the Autumn Oaks subdivision in Davidson County. As we are all aware, this past year was very traumatic and caused emotional turmoil for our son along with other children, and we want better for the upcoming school year. Recently, when we were researching the 2021-2022 curriculum, Wit and Wisdom, we found there were subject matters included that were not age appropriate. Here are some examples of books that will be used in middle school and 5th grade. Thunder Rolling in the Mountain. There are violent, graphic killings, and it's very dark. There's War and Blood. There are white people that are seen as evil and not trusted. Another example is River Between Us. It's extremely dark. There's death, drunkenness, out-of-marriage families. There's sensuality, war and killing, and white people are seen as evil. There's another example of Boys' War, where there's graphic pictures of dead boys. The fourth example is We Are the Ship, discusses the topic of hanging. In text within 6th to 8th grade, there is content including lust and sexual content, which is inappropriate. You're indoctrinating our children. Some subject material should be taught privately at home, not in the school setting. With that being said, we would be teaching adult subjects to young children. Is this fair? There have been students who have had to go to therapy after being exposed to the content being taught within Wit and Wisdom. As a result, we would like to see another curriculum used for the upcoming 2021-2022 school year. It would be beneficial for us to consider the words of the Apostle Paul, Philippians 4:8. Finally, brothers and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if anything is excellent or praiseworthy, think about such things. Thank you for your time.
Katie Ford. Mimi Pullman. Stephanie Rapp.
Good evening, Chair, members of the board. My name is Stephanie Rapp. My address is 100 Madison Street in Nashville in School Board District 1. I am an MNPS employee, a former teacher, and now I coach other teachers as an SEL coach, supporting teachers to implement social emotional learning practices that prevent and address challenging behavior. I'm also a member of MNEA and am co-chair of the Social Emotional Learning Committee, which is part of NOAA's Education Task Force. Tonight I'm speaking only as a private citizen of Davidson County rather than an employee of the board, and I stand tonight to express my support for 2 MNPS initiatives. I'm very pleased that for the first time our city is investing in social emotional learning by providing funding for an advocacy center in every elementary school. Having a classroom in every elementary school with a teacher trained to support students to learn social skills, use calming strategies to regulate emotions, and solve social conflict appropriately will serve to disrupt the school-to-prison pipeline that has existed across the country for too long. I very much look forward to seeing the impact this will have on elementary students. I'm also eager to see our city's investment in SEL expanded to include middle and high school, where the largest racial disparities in school discipline exist. I also want to express support for the new ELA curriculum because our students will have the opportunity to read a rich variety of authentic children's books written by authors who reflect our students and our nation. I participated in Wit and Wisdom training this spring and was happy to see that it is based on the reading of complex texts and encourages students to explore firsthand accounts of history. I'm aware of those pushing along an effort in nearby counties to ban books that are included in the curriculum which describe concepts of race and racism. I reject these efforts to prevent teachers from being able to teach students to think critically about painful truths that are part of the country's history and which continue to impact life today. It's through learning history and thinking critically about it that we move toward a more equal society, and it's for this reason that I stand in favor of the district's adoption of Wit and Wisdom. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Shantasia Shorter. Amity Marsh. Anna Williams.
Madam Chair, honorable board members, Dr. Battle, my name is Anna Williams. I live at 125 South 10th Street in District 5 here in Nashville. I'm a parent, I'm an aunt, I'm an educator, I'm a native Nashvillian, I'm a lawyer, and one of the privileges of my life was actually to be the student of Kimberly Crenshaw, who actually coined critical race theory, which has been all over the news, including in an adjacent county. For those who fear the teaching of death, who fear the teaching of war, it is not good, but it is among us. We cannot ignore, rather we have to teach. I've done a lot of looking into some of the conversations that have been happening in the legislature and in areas around Nashville. And I would argue that those who fear the teaching of words of protest or injustice or segregation or of inequality or of evil don't understand, first of all, critical race theory. Second of all, they don't understand Public Chapter 493. They don't understand TCA 49-6-1006, which mandates, for example, that we teach Black history. They don't understand that in Davidson County, 68.3% of our over 85,000 students are students of color who have different realities. As a parent, as an aunt, as an educator, as a lawyer, I am interested in our children learning truth. I'm interested in their reading firsthand accounts and learning how to look at those critically. I'm interested in them addressing things with empathy, to learn analytical thinking, to appreciate and understand and respect differences, to look at the world with ingenuity and curiosity, and hopefully with the skills and knowledge they have to gain a better understanding of our past, to gain a better understanding of each other, and to make our future better. As a Nashvillian, I am particularly interested in kids learning the truth of our history here in our county, both of the things that have not been pretty and still aren't, and of the names of people who have stepped forward to make them better. I want my child and my nieces to know who Diane Nash is. I want them to know who John Lewis is. I want them to know what happened downtown so that they don't repeat the same mistakes. If we are not willing to speak truthfully about the history of this country, we cannot move forward. That is not critical race theory. That is not anything to be afraid of, nor is that prohibited by statute.
Thank you. Honey Harris, Katie Ford, Jason Sparks.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jason Sparks, and my family and I live at 6140 Tulip Tree Lane in Bellevue, and I'm a District 9 resident, and we've lived in Nashville for about 16 years. Both of my children have attended Metro Nashville Public Schools since preschool. They both attended the Encore program at Robertson Academy and at Harpeth Valley Elementary School, where they received a fantastic public education. Currently, my son is a rising 7th grader at Meigs Magnet Middle, and my daughter will be a rising 5th grader at Meigs. That being said, we are also very proud of our neighborhood middle school, Bellevue Middle, and are so impressed with their principal, Mr. Swihart, and their incredible faculty members. And I wanted to take a moment as well to say how appreciative I am for Metro Nashville, how they have led over the last year, from my son's school getting hit by a tornado to how they've managed through the pandemic. They are truly my heroes in a year that has been short of gratitude. I'm a firm believer in the importance and value of our public schools, and for that reason, I oppose the creation of a new charter school in Bellevue. If approved, this charter school will hurt our public schools, siphoning off students and resources and taking our school district backwards in desegregation efforts. Both of our children have been so lucky to have made friends from different backgrounds, religions, ethnicities, and cultures through Metro Nashville Public Schools. As a result, their lives have been enriched, and frankly, they are better and more empathetic human beings because they are now able to view the world from perspectives different than their own. On another note, I think we can all agree history is a vital part of a well-rounded education. It goes without saying that history should be taught in an age-appropriate way for the grade level. But we need to trust in and rely on the teachers and administrators to use their expertise as educators to do just that, educate our children. They are the experts. Part of educating our children about history includes talking about the uncomfortable parts of history, teaching our children about past injustices, including slavery, the taking of native lands, and the attempted annihilation of indigenous peoples, Jim Crow laws, the Holocaust, and civil rights struggles, to name just a few, does not sow the seeds of racial strife. In fact, it does the opposite. If we do not teach our children about history, we can never get better, and we're doomed to repeat it. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bethany Riddle Johnson.
Hello. Good afternoon, Board. My name is Bethany Riddle Johnson, and I'm a parent of 2 MNPS students, one who has graduated and is thriving. And we live on Lone Oak Road in Green Hills with Ms. Poo Poo Walker's district. I am also a leader with NOAA, and I am a professor of educational psychology. And in all of these roles, but especially as an MNPS parent, I am here to advocate for an honest education that tells the truth and teaches critical thinking skills. I trust MNPS leaders and teachers to select high-quality curricula. I want my children and all MNPS students to hear firsthand narratives of historical events. For example, when I think about the fact that Ruby Bridges was 6 years old and in 1st grade when she had to be escorted by federal marshals to school every day to protect her from white mobs screaming vile things at her, if Ruby Bridges had to endure that just to attend 1st grade, our 2nd graders are ready to learn about her bravery and how even a child can help change the country for the better. My white children don't need to be protected from the harm people who look like us have done and caused. They need to learn from honest history so it is not repeated. Some people are working to try to hide a balanced and accurate accounting of history from our children, but all of our stories are important, and we want them told, not just, as Dr. Keita Williams pointed out, his story. And NOAA is working at the state level to address House Bill 580, to address this movement to deny history. And I'm concerned that some people here tonight are working to be part of that movement to deny the fact that we need to have deep and critical analysis about challenging historical topics and current events. It is crucial that our children get to see people who look like them in our curriculum and textbooks, and most of those children in our district are not white children like my children. It is not acceptable for any children of any race to learn a watered-down version of the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Carmen Foster.
Good evening, everybody. I have the privilege of having 3 children in MNPS schools. They attend their local zone public schools, so Harpeth Valley and Bellevue Middle. I also happen to be married to an MNPS teacher, and I'm the former PTO president at Bellevue Middle School. My community roots in Bellevue run deeply. One of the things that I love the most about my community is that we rally. When things get hard, we support each other. When our community hurts, we come together. This was evident in 2010 during the flood when we were one of the hardest hit places in Nashville, and we rallied. This spring, one of the Bellevue Middle School teachers passed away suddenly. She taught my son, and the community rallied around that family to support them. Now our community and our public schools are at a crossroads. We are dealing with the aftermath of COVID and its devastation on our local schools. I know several Bellevue families who have chosen to enroll their schools in private school or homeschool because of COVID. And it is my sincere hope that those families come back to MNPS, but there is no guarantee. So for us in the Bellevue community, this is not the time to consider bringing in an outside charter into our community. The Bellevue parents do not want that. We need an opportunity to rally around our local schools. Because last year was so hard, this is the time for us to rebuild. This is the time for us to support one another. Our efforts and our energy our priority need to be in our students who are living there right in the community. We need to be engaging our local schools and our leaders. Why would we want to focus or do anything else? The trauma that COVID has caused in communities nationwide in every sector has been felt, but it's been felt most acutely in education. We need to focus on prioritizing our children and their healing. So we have a great opportunity as a community to come together in order to do that. But opening this charter school in our community will take away valuable resources from our Bellevue schools. It takes away the very resource that makes our community thrive and flourish. It takes away our children. I'm asking that you give the Bellevue community the opportunity to do what we do well, and that's to rally right now after COVID and to build up something really phenomenal that has been started. Our community is not in support of this charter collaboration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Eli Foster.
Hi, good evening. I am a father of 3. That was my wife earlier, so we got the same children. I've got 1 at Harpeth Valley. I got 2 at Bellevue Middle. I'm also a teacher at Bellevue Middle. And before I get started, I'm also a 2020 recipient of the Blue Ribbon Teacher Award. Before I get started, I just want to say thanks. From the bottom of my heart, you had an impossible job last year. Open schools, close schools, look at the science, make decisions. You guys were fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Battle, and thank you, board. I want to tell you a story. Okay, I want to tell you about my mother-in-law, that beautiful woman who was just up here, her mama. Her mama has 2 master's degrees, multiple certificates, and she is an expert. She handles money with incredible wisdom. She is a former educator, and she has so much knowledge. She is a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. And when you talk to my mother-in-law and you say, what is it that gives you this strength? She gives you the same answer every time. Pearl High till the day I die. You see, she went to Pearl High School here in Nashville. Pearl High School was community-driven, an all-black school in the middle of a segregated Nashville. That community banded together behind Pearl High, and when I went to see the Freedom Riders come through here again, 7 of them, 4 were from Pearl, 3 were from Cameron, and that community stood together. The heart of what makes a great school is the community coming behind it. Community is what supports local zone public schools. So I'm not in favor of this charter school or magnet schools or private schools, for that matter, that were started as segregation academies in the late 60s and early 70s. I want to say one thing about this, and that's the importance of a common good. See, what a common good is a good for everybody. We don't have competition for fire departments because it's the common good that we all have a fire department that serves us. We don't have competition for the library because the library serves us all. We don't have competition for parks and recs. You're not competing with this traffic light or that traffic light. But in education, we turned a common good into a consumer good. We've said, what is best for me, not what's best for all. What we need to do is return to the sense of common good and support our local zone public schools. So please, vote against this charter. On a final note, I was touched by these words from Amanda Gorman, and this is in relationship to H.R. Bill 580. It's because being American is more than the pride we inherit. It's the past we step into and how to repair it. We must tell the truth about what's happened in our racialized history so we can repair it to move on. I would echo the lady who mentioned the Apostle Paul and point her to Galatians 2. In Galatians 2, there was a racialized situation with Peter, and Paul stood before him and said, I oppose Peter to his face because he ate with the circumcised and now with the others. Stand against racism. Thank you,
Mr. Foster. Cindy Goddard.
Hi, my name is Cindy Goddard. Good evening, Chair and members of the board, and thank you, Mr. Little and Ms. Masters, for responding to my email. I live in the Opryland area in Donaldson, have lived there all my life. Before I retired from 30 years of teaching in Metro, I renewed my teaching strategies by using trade books to teach my reading skills. It's a great opportunity for me. I kind of took it on my own to do that, and my test scores went through the roof. And I was excited to hear about Wit and Wisdom using trade books to teach skills. Then I looked further into the teacher's manuals and some of the required books. There are several common threads in the Wit and Wisdom that are concerning. Kindergarten through 5th grade includes themes of dark imagery, anti-American themes, extreme emotion, and excessive violence. In 1st grade, there are themes like graphic mating and gender fluidity. 2nd grade, graders are taught anti-police and anti-fire department themes. 3rd grade, it's graphic death, torture, and anti-church themes, while rape, murder, adultery, stillbirths are introduced to our 4th graders. And sprinkled all throughout the elementary grades is suicidal ideation, cannibalism, and nuclear family, and the idea that white people are bad. The teacher's manuals seem focused on asking questions that divide the students mainly because of their skin color. An example is a 2nd grade book called Separate is Never Equal, and I quote from the book, Mexican schools are inferior to whites in personal hygiene and their scholastic ability. In what other respects are they inferior? In their economic outlook, in their clothing, in their ability to take part in the activities of the school. White students are superior to Mexicans, end of quote. How is this not a violation of anti-CRT laws? The book clearly teaches that one race or sex is inherently superior to another race or sex. The book Martin Luther King teaches about MLK and his wonderful dream for America. Of course, we need to teach that. But the book points out firefighters blasting little children with hoses that's tearing their clothes off and bruising their bodies. What is a second grader going to remember from this book except that? Yes, this is an ugly part of history. I do realize that. And it should be taught, but with care and at the appropriate age, not to a 7-year-old. It seems this is another violation of anti-CRT laws. Was that 3 minutes? Oh, okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Karen Sun.
Good evening, Chair. My name is Karen Sun, and I teach at East Nashville Middle School, and I live in Vice Chair Elrod's district. I'm here today wondering how you are planning to protect teachers who will continue to teach the truth about race and racism, the truth about U.S. history and U.S. society, despite the law, House Bill 580, that the state legislative body and Governor Lee passed earlier this year in May. The state attempting to legislate away the ugly truth of this country's history and foundation will not change the facts. It will only render a massive disservice to our students and make it difficult for teachers to teach their curriculum. Our students are not too young to talk about race and racism, especially since a lot of our students are certainly not too young to experience it. Yeah, when teachers talk to students about racism and white supremacy, when we talk about the awful things that people have done to others throughout history without redeeming themselves, which is the truth, students are going to feel sad and upset and confused and angry and shameful, but those aren't bad things to feel. It's okay for students to grapple with difficult conversations and emotions. We should give students space to do that and figure out what they can do with those uncomfortable emotions. Our students are our future. How can we ask them to help create a more equitable and just world and society if the state won't let us talk to them about the issues that have existed and still exist? How can we ask them to do better if we can't help them understand the oppressive systems that this country was founded on? Learning the truth of the U.S.'s history is incredibly difficult, but students need to know the mistakes that were made, and more importantly, how people have risen up together to fight back and resist racism and white supremacy so that they can carry these lessons with them into the future. Simply going along with the state's guidelines around teaching or not teaching the realities of race and racism only robs students of the ability to imagine and create a future that's better for everyone. Our families and our students deserve better than that, and our teachers deserve better than that. So again, I'm asking you all what you'll do to protect teachers who will continue to teach the truth, teach the curriculum we've adopted as a district, despite what the state legislative body and what Governor Lee says. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stephanie Upchurch.
Hi, thank you for your time today. My name is Stephanie Upchurch. I live in Bellevue. I have lived there for 18 years. I know your time is valuable. I appreciate you being here. COVID lockdowns and closed schools have been hard on us and our kids. Over the last year, we've asked them to stay away from friends and family, as well as give up athletics, movies, shopping, dances, etc. When we have allowed them to do normal kid things, we have all sorts of conditions like masks, social distancing, and outside only. They've done it because we are the authority and we know what's best for them. But do we really? Our kids are in the midst of a mental health crisis. A CDC report shows that ER visits for mental health issues are up 25% for ages 5 to 11 and 31% for 12 to 17-year-olds. 25% of those visits were kids expressing suicidal ideations. Mental Health America also reports depression and anxiety screenings for 12 to 17-year-olds were up 9% in 2020 compared to 2019. And most of those, over 80% of those kids were scoring in the moderate to severe range. They also found of the kids screened, most reported suicidal or self-harm thoughts nearly every day in the 2 weeks prior to taking the screening. This is a crisis. This is the new pandemic. I don't believe that any political agenda is worth doing further damage to our children's well-being. We don't have the luxury of allowing party politics to dictate the well-being of our kids. So when I heard about Williamson County's distress over the Wit and Wisdom curriculum by great minds and how it was affecting their kids, I had to know more since it was planned to be used in MNPS. I'm a therapist, and mental health is a top priority for me and a concern. I have spent the last 2 months educating myself about great minds, wit, and wisdom. I've been shocked and really, literally sick to my stomach at times looking at the books and the content. I have genuine concerns about how children's fragile mental health will respond to several of these books, which include content with suicide woven into their stories. And let me tell you why. When Netflix series 13 Reasons Why came out in 2017, kids were watching, a lot of kids. Suddenly, without knowing exactly why, teen suicide skyrocketed. They went up 28.9% in 1 month following the release of this show. Because that's what Hannah Baker did in her show. She committed suicide. Teens watching the show actually watched her slice open both her wrists in the bathtub and bleed out into bath water. 13 Reasons Why had no warning labels, no content or trigger warnings, and it didn't require parental consent to watch. When the link to the increase in teen suicides was discovered, parents wanted the show canceled and taken off the air. That didn't happen. What did happen was the warnings were added and the suicide scene was removed. Why do I bring this up, you ask, and in such detail? Wit and wisdom has the potential to have the same effect on our children who don't actually have the same cognitive reasoning skills as teens. They are introduced to scenes suicide while reading Brave Irene in first grade. Why not freeze to death, she thought, and let all these troubles end? And then they ask kids to act out what happens to Irene. Amos and Boris in third grade and Hatchet in fourth grade also have similar disturbing content.
Thank you. Pippa Holloway.
Good afternoon. My name is Pippa Holloway, and I live at 605 Rudolph Avenue in Nashville. I taught history at Middle Tennessee State University for 20 years, over 20 years, though I'll be departing Nashville soon for a new job. At MTSU, I taught freshman history to hundreds of MNPS grads. Based on my experience, I share a few observations. 1, learning about racism, sexism, and homophobia in the past and connecting this to challenges in the present is part of being college and career ready. In fact, making these connections is boilerplate language for student learning outcomes for college history classes. Such knowledge prepares students for careers and civic leadership as well. For example, you are better board members because you've learned about the history of racism in American education and understand how it presents continuing obstacles to equity. Knowing about the racist attacks by white parents on school integration in the 1960s helps you understand similar outbursts today. Learning hard stories about the past helps develop emotional skills. It's not just an information gap. It's not like you can live for 18 years without learning that Ruby Bridges integrated her elementary school and then just pick that fact up later. Education includes learning to manage the complicated emotions that learning hard stories about the past provoke. And professional educators scaffold this learning across the K through 12 years. If you get to college without learning how to emotionally manage a sophisticated engagement with the past, you're way behind, not just intellectually, but emotionally and socially. 3, our kids want to learn this stuff. So many of my college students were furious about the whitewashed version of the past they learned, especially in other districts across the state. Young people know that the past is about a lot more than the Declaration of Independence, the Gettysburg Address, and the attack on Pearl Harbor, and they want to learn it. 4, teaching about racism, sexism, and homophobia in the past helps students across the curriculum. Teaching children that it was illegal for slaves to learn to read helps them understand the value and power of education. In fact, there's a book about that in the Wit and Wisdom curriculum. Helping kids understand that the heterosexual nuclear family is a relatively modern development, that daddy seahorses incubate the babies, and that in some cultures disabled people are thought to have magical powers. And in case you think I've lost my mind talking about seahorses and magical powers, these are references to Wit and Wisdom books that these people have been complaining about. All of this helps students whose lives don't look like Leave It to Beaver feel normal and be able to learn and succeed. And finally, 5, our kids can handle this knowledge. They can learn, with the help of our amazing MNPS public school teachers, to manage the emotions that real learning provokes. They can wrestle what it means to love America despite its flaws. They can learn what it means to be both horrified by the past and inspired by it. Thank you, MNPS teachers, administrators, board members, and Dr. Battle for your hard work across your careers for our students and community.
Thank you. Sarah Seigan. Lindsay Harris.
Good evening, school board members. Thank you for your patience and for your attention this evening. My name is Lindsay Harris. I live at 614 Moore Avenue in Nashville, Tennessee. Chairwoman Buggs is my representative. I am a future MNPS parent. My son is only 2 right now. But I am representing Aventura Community Bilingual School this evening. I am the vice chair of the board, and I speak to you on behalf of our board of directors, staff, and families. We request your approval of our application, and later this evening you will review the report and summary of our appealed application. I myself am a K-12 Spanish teacher, and in the past 13 years, I've served as a leader with the Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition, TIRC, and I saw so often how a school like Aventura will make a profound impact on the lives of students and families in South Nashville. Later tonight, you will be told of some of the concerns and challenges we may face, and we have reviewed this report and this feedback. I want you to know that we are committed, capable, and we will be relentless in our efforts to overcome every obstacle we face in the pursuit of excellent education for all of our students. We have resolved many of the concerns presented previously, and we're excited to say that we've secured a location in the Glencliff cluster, as well as hired our first 3 staff members. 100% of our current staff are bilingual, as well as 60% of our board of directors are multilingual. We have a list of 24 bilingual educators interested in working with our team someday, even though we only have 6 classes in our opening year. We will continue to cultivate this list and pursue our outreach efforts as soon as our application is approved. We would appreciate your support and consideration of our application this evening, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Amanda Kale.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Kale. I live at 605 Rudolph Avenue, and I'm a teacher and the president of MNEA, which represents nearly 2,000 educators. I know you have heard from so many urgent voices tonight, voices that claim to be advocating for children. The best litmus test I have found for knowing whether or not that's really true is to see if they're fighting for all children, not just their own. They don't require some kids to be written out of the curriculum. They don't require the majority of kids' schools to get less funding so a few can attend special schools. Either you are fighting for 85,000 kids at 167 schools who are majority black and brown and who speak 120 different languages and who have just as much right to walk into an excellent school and see themselves positively reflected in the curriculum, or you're not. The law requires teachers to teach the Tennessee state standards, which includes the Trail of Tears, slavery, the Civil War, the Harlem Renaissance, women's suffrage, Japanese internment camps, the Holocaust, the Civil Rights Movement, white backlash to civil rights, and contemporary issues. The Tennessee Teacher Code of Ethics requires us to, quote, stimulate the spirit of inquiry, the acquisition of knowledge, and understanding. But right now, that's really difficult for us, because we have a national movement to whitewash history, codify white supremacy culture, defund schools, attack teachers, sitting right here in this room. And they have the state law on their side. And we know that teachers who are black, brown, Muslim, LGBTQ will be particularly vulnerable to their attacks. As a former history teacher, I have learned that history is not just a list of facts, but a multitude of stories. And the story we are seeing unfold today makes me think of another story. I want to go back to Little Rock, Arkansas in 1958, not 1957. To prevent further desegregation, the governor of Arkansas closed Little Rock's schools. A movement of racist white women called the Mothers League, by this point infamous for screaming obscenities at the Little Rock Nine, urged the Little Rock School Board to purge teachers who had suspected affiliations to the NAACP. 44 teachers lost their job as a result. But before you get too sad, that's not the whole story. The citizens of Little Rock organized together, and they recalled the school board members responsible for the purge and made it clear that the antics of the Mothers League and other racist groups were not representative of the majority of the people of Little Rock. Dr. Battle, school board members, and all the Nashville community who is out there watching tonight, take heart. We can teach the truth, we can protect teachers, and we can make sure everyone feels welcomed and honored at MNPS if we stick together. And MNEA stands ready to help with that fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Trudel.
Hi, my name is Julie Trudell. I'm a Nashville native, an MNPS alum, and I've been teaching in metro schools for the past 5 years. I live and work in District 6 in Fran Bush's district. And I wanted to just talk about why talking about race is important in every classroom. Most of my experience I teach high school Spanish, but most of my experience has been in the middle school classroom where I've taught Spanish, 5th grade science, and social studies. Before we as teachers have ever even had a chance to talk about race, students have already been shaped by their own circumstances and the conversations or lack thereof of race and class in their homes. For example, I had a 10-year-old black student who was worried about his friend being asked to talk to the school's SRO because he had already been exposed to the concept of police brutality. So whether we discuss race, many of our students have already experienced its impact. I believe it's our duty as teachers to make sure our students feel safe and seen in our classrooms, and that cannot happen without the acknowledgement of systems of oppression and the celebration of diverse triumphs. As a science teacher, this meant talking about how important Elijah McCoy was, who patented 57 inventions by 1929, and likely would have had many more patented if he didn't have to have his white employees submit them for him. In Spanish class, this translates to celebrating the diversity of Latinidad, which includes people of African, Asian, and indigenous descent as well as Europeans, while acknowledging the harm done by colonialism and slavery and the ongoing issues of colorism, imperialism, and exploitation of indigenous peoples. Talking about race can also mean exploring the roots of music like bachata, salsa, the tango, and reggaeton, and exploring these genres' African indigenous roots. All of our students deserve opportunities to engage critically with the world around them, as well as see people who look like them add to its beauty. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Aisha Carr.
Hi, my name is Asha Carr. Good evening, board members. My address is 2305 Crescent Valley Place, Hermitage, Tennessee, 37076. I came here to speak today because I wanted to express my sincere hope that masks were going to be optional for students starting in August. I was pleased to see that about 2 hours ago, MNPS released a mask going to be optional moving into next year. I'm very grateful to see that the board listened to the parents and all students are being given this option. I hope this is just a peek into MNPS's plan to move toward normalcy. When we first enrolled my son at Stanford Montessori, we were required to, or requested to volunteer, I believe it was 30 hours of our time per family each year. Because this made such a vast difference in our child's education. That was the one thing that I remember saying, like, we really need you guys to do this. We need you guys, we want you guys so much involved. And they're like, that's one thing that we have to say about Stanford that makes us different than other schools. So, of course, my husband and I took that seriously. We went to lunches. We got involved with the, Thanksgiving thing they did. And so I want to go inside my son's kindergarten classroom this year. I want to eat lunch with him. I want to see his cubby. I haven't been able to do this, and every time at the end of last year, he would say, Mom, come inside my school. I want to show you this. And I'm like, baby, I want to see this so bad, but I can't, I'm not allowed. And he's like, but Mom, I don't understand why. And I'm like, because that's the rules right now, and we're trying, but, so I hope that this mask optional is just something that's going to move forward into something normalcy. I want to meet with my son's teacher in person if he wants. I want to have lunch. I want to volunteer. I want to see these kids. I want him to know that I think his education is important. And so I hope that MNPS will begin to now, and not just in a few months, put out what their plan is to show that normalcy moving into next year, or this coming up year. So please, please, please be transparent in what that looks like moving forward. Again, thank you so much for the optional for the children, but I want to see my son's cubby, y'all. So thank you so much. You have a great evening, and we look forward to this coming up year.
Thank you. Cindy Martinez.
Good evening, Board of Education leaders. My name is Cindy Martinez, a Nashville native, and I attended Metro schools. I'm here today to kindly ask for your support and vote for the Aventura Community School. As a parent of 3, I can see the huge need in our city for a bilingual school for our growing Latino community. Our daughter will be starting kindergarten next year, and it's our priority for her to feel comfortable, confident, and proud of her Spanish culture. The only place we can accomplish this is at a charter school like Aventura, where she will be able to tear down that language barrier and feel self-assured to speak, write, and read Spanish and English. Being raised by an immigrant single mother, my first language was Spanish. The experience of being in my shoes as a Metro student in the 90s, I felt like I was secluded into the small classroom that was called ESL, which is now ELL. I never felt like I belonged because I was different. I couldn't find my sense of identity because at home my mother was strictly Spanish, and I had to go to school and adjust to the English environment. When I was a second grader, a teacher heard me speaking Spanish to my peers and directed me to stop. I did not listen, and I was sent home. It was that experience that made me want to hide where I came from. I felt inferior. Yeah, it sparked me to advocate for all my bilingual speakers. At Aventura, students will have a sense of belonging, and as all the educators in this room know, early education increases fluency in later years. Fluency that our kids need as soon as possible. Finally, once again, I ask for your support for the Aventura Community School, so all the children in this district can feel welcome and prepare for their future and have the opportunity to be bilingual. Don't put our children in a place like I experienced in Metro schools in the 90s, that I had to pick and choose between English and Spanish. Let them learn both. Culture is everything. Please don't take that away from them. Thank you so much for your consideration, and vote yes for Aventura.
Thank you. Brad Rayson.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to talk about an equity issue. But first, I do want to thank you and the administration for the hard work, particularly during the pandemic and during this budget process. Your leadership is inspiring, and we appreciate it. This year, we made a lot of progress. We had step increases, pay increases for all support employees. We had COLAs. We also advocated that all 10-month school employees be granted 7 more days of work during the school year. And we helped council get the funding to make that happen. But sadly, there's a group of workers, our nutrition service workers, who are currently not included in that improvement. We feel they should be. They're 10-month employees too. When we advocated and for a $15 minimum wage, nutrition service workers were included. Every year when we talk about pay raises for support employees, we include nutrition service workers. Adding the days is going to be a benefit for the schools, our students, and the workers. It's going to give food service workers an opportunity for additional training and education. It's going to be a chance to learn new skills and enhance the ones they already have. It's going to give the schools the opportunity for more cleaning, deeper cleaning, which we know we need, particularly in a pandemic. And we need to be able to implement other improvements to help address the challenges we face now and in the future. Now, it's going to be meaningful for the workers too, no doubt about it. You know, most of these workers are women, majority are black and brown. And they, like all school employees, love the work they do. They love the kids. They like being a part of a child's education. And we all know a hungry child is not going to learn. But many of these workers struggle. Getting to $15 made a big difference, but even with 15, many make less than $25,000 a year working full-time. How can that be? Well, they only work 10 months. That's part of it. Their workday is only 7 hours, so instead of a 40-hour week, they have a 35-hour week. And they only work 192 to 197 days, including some vacation and holidays during those 10 months. So that's how it all adds up to $25,000. Providing an additional 5 or 7 days for these folks will boost their pay by 3%, 2.5%, 3%. That's about $600, $75 a month during the 10-month year. But when you're making $25,000 a year, that makes a big difference. So we hope that you will find the funds to implement this change, whether it's from general funds or from ESSER funds. We feel it's important.
Thank you. All right, that concludes this evening's public participation. Oh, one more. Oh, I'm sorry. Emily Sauerman. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Emily Sauerman, and I live at 3606 Hewlett Drive in South Nashville. I have 2 young daughters, ages 1 and 4, and I am here today to vocalize my support for the Aventura Community School. I think the need for this school is evident in the question that almost every parent of a school-aged child has, namely how to prepare our kids for a 21st century world. Aventura is by far the best idea I've heard of for how to address this question tangibly and effectively, and does so by combining the following concepts. First, a bilingual learning environment amidst a diverse student body. The best way to raise our children in this increasingly globalized world is to equip them with the communication skills to build relationships with people different from themselves. This is best accomplished with an immersive learning environment, which Aventura promises. Second, the project-based learning curriculum. The best way to prepare our children for real-world challenges is to create opportunities for practicing critical thinking and creativity. We need our kids to think across disciplines as they ask questions and pursue answers to complex ideas within a thoughtful and robust curriculum, which Aventura promises. Third, personalized learning. 21st century thinkers will need to exhibit many different strengths that standardized testing may or may not notice or reward. We need educational models that show learners that there may be many ways to solve the same problem, and to help them learn at their own pace, and to balance the benefits of individual learning with learning in a group. This Aventura promises. For these reasons and more, my husband and I strongly give our support to this charter, and we urge you to vote in favor of its approval. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, my apologies now. That concludes public participation for tonight. We will now move on to governance issues. We'll begin with the consent agenda. Are there any amendments to the consent agenda as listed? Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead, Mrs. Hooper-Walker.
Without objection, I'd like to remove policy 4.295 so it can be addressed in committee.
All right, so that's 1D, policy 4.205, enrollment in advanced courses. Any other amendments to the consent agenda as listed? All right, I will entertain a motion to accept.
I move approval of the consent agenda with the exception of item 1D.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, it is unanimous, or, yeah. All right, we'll move on then to charter school amendment applications, beginning with Aventura Community School. And the room emptied out.
Great, okay. Yay. I was wondering that too.
I didn't see Dr. Battle. You all want me to wait?
You want to wait for Ms. Dr. Battle?
Yeah, let's give her about, we'll just take
There's
about
a little backup at the bathroom.
Be good. What you doing?
Dr. Barber. Dr. Barber.
Oh, we need her.
We'll take a 3-minute recess
need
for
her.
now. We'll take a 3-minute recess. We've been here for about 2 hours. So, Dr. Griffin, feel free to take a seat for a moment.
Okay.
3 minutes. Sure. Let's just start back. We'll resume the meeting at 7 o'clock on the dot. All right, we will begin the second half of our meeting, beginning with charter school or amended applications, beginning with Aventura Community School. Dr. Griffin?
Thank you. To Chair Buggs, board members, Director Battle, thank you for the opportunity to present the amended new charter school applications for the 22-23 school year. Before I do that, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce you to our new director for the Office of Charter Schools, Director Sharika Roby Grant. Will you stand? She is not new to Metro Nashville Public Schools, a former teacher. She brings about a little close to, I'm not going to say how many, but close to 20 years experience. So thank you, Director Roby Grant. She's hit the ground running. Now for an overview for you, board, for our new applications. Just as a reminder, we are a compliance-driven department. And TCA 4913-116 guides the new application process. State law requires the TDOE, Tennessee Department of Ed, to provide a standard application format and scoring criteria addressing the elements of a charter school application. So just as an overview from our April 27th, 2021 meeting, we, the Office of Charter Schools, presented the evidence findings to the board, and this board voted to deny the applications for 2 applicants for the 22-23 school year. Just as a reminder, those 2 applicants were and are Aventura Community School, I'll refer to them as ACS moving forward, and Nashville Classical 2, NC2. Now let's move to amended new applications. In the same law, TCA 49-13116 allows for any applicant whose application that was denied can resubmit an amended application for those sections not rated as meeting expectations. The review team's decision on which sections to review and the denial of the application by the board's vote dictate the scope of the reviewed sections. As a result, the review team only reviews the highlighted portions of the application in any amended section that was not rated meets expectations. Again, a review for you from that meeting on April 27th. ACS had 2 sections that did not meet standards. That was academics and operations. And NC2 had 1 section, which was academics. As we move forward, board, just to review again for you, all applications are evaluated according to the following areas. They are the quality of the academic plan, the quality of the financial and business plan, and the quality of the operational plan. Remember, Aventura has 2 sections, academics and operations, that was reviewed, and NC2 had 1, academics only. The scoring rubric is divided into 3 rating characteristics, the same as the original application for the amended sections. Meet the standard is all key issues are addressed and aligns with the mission and vision. A partially meets standard characteristic meets the criteria in some respects, but lacks details in others. And does not meet standard means that that particular section had substantial gaps. I want to pause for a minute just to give a shout out to the review team and board members. You will notice that this review team is significantly smaller than our April 27th review team. That is because we reviewed fewer sections. But nonetheless, our review team members volunteered hours to support us in reviewing the sections that we needed to review. We had a total of 7 reviewers, 6 MNPS internal reviewers, and 1 external reviewer, all with the expertise in academics, EL, HR, EE, operations, a few reps from our Office of Charter Schools, and our priority and focus schools. Now, I want to take a few moments just to spend a little bit of time on this slide, because this slide represents if the application is approved or denied. If the application is approved, the MNPS board and the applicant will enter into a chartering agreement. If the application is denied, and according to TCA 49-13108, the applicant will have 10 days to appeal the decision to the State Charter Commission, which will be no later than July 23rd, 2021. The State Charter Commission will have 75 days of receipt of appeal from the applicants to hold a hearing. If the commission upholds the decision of the MNPS board, the charter application is denied. If the commission overrules the decision of the MNPS board and approves the application, the commission will become the authorizer and LEA for the applicant. If the application is approved, the MNPS board and the charter applicant can mutually agree in writing that the board will serve as the authorizer and LEA within 30 days. And now for our first amended application. Aventura Community School, they amended a New Start application for the school year 22-23 with a proposed maximum enrollment of 930 students, K through 8th grade. As evidenced in the findings and determined by the review team, ACS was rated in the amended academic plan as partially meets standard. The evidence included by the review team was the applicant's academic plan did not address the needs of the targeted student population and the school's academic focus. The applicant did not describe a realistic plan for hiring highly qualified personnel for special populations and at-risk students, with a focus on EL teachers. Board, we also provided a one-pager for you that pulls specifics from the review team's amended report. I'll cite a few evidence findings now from the one-pager. Evidence finding 1, the applicant had no detailed plan for trilingual students. The applicant stated in the amended application that trilingual students would have compounded benefits at ACS, but the application lacked evidence that supported this statement. There was no description of the services that would be provided for the trilingual students or families of trilingual students. Review team's report. Evidence. The applicant stated that there were bilingual school options in top districts in the United States and around the world, but no specific programs were identified for review. An identified program that the school plans to mirror or glean practices from would have provided some clarity on the proposed plan. Evidence finding 3. The applicant stated in their amended application that they plan to hire a large proportion of teachers with EL certification to ensure the delivery of direct services for their anticipated high population of EL students. It is also stated in the application they would desire that their ideal educators be bilingual. There was evidence in the application that they met with several local and regional higher education departments around teacher recruitment. However, there was no agreement or plan to recruit and hire the educators that they desire for their plan found in the amended application. As evidenced in the report, the applicant is proposing a K-8 charter. Middle schools provide high expectations for students and provide access to high school courses that require grading practices aligned to state board policy. It should be noted that on page 45 of the amended application, the applicant acknowledges the state board policy does not require statewide or district-wide standard grading policy prior to high school. However, there was not a plan provided in the amended application regarding how high school courses would be made available for students at ACS who would qualify if they were enrolled in other MNPS schools. So again, as determined by the review team and evidenced in the findings, the review team rated the amended academic plan for ACS as partially meets standard. We will move now to the operations plan for ACS. As determined by the review team and evidenced in the findings, the review team rated the amended operations plan for ACS as partially meets standard. As evidenced in the report, no robust recruitment plan was identified for the specific recruitment of EL teachers needed to staff the school. No robust strategy and plan with a partnership of higher education partners was identified. The applicant did identify a realistic facility and a contingency plan for a location. The applicant also provided a detailed and realistic timeline for opening year enrollment, facilities, and professional development of educators in July of 2022. The applicant provided a transportation plan, carrier that is equitable to attract a diverse group of students. Board members, we provided a one-pager that pulls specific evidence findings from the report. I'll cite a few examples now from the one-pager provided to you. As evidenced in the report and cited by the review team, the applicant did not provide a robust recruitment plan in the amended application for the desired and specific type of educators needed. It was referenced often as EL and bilingual in the amended application. The application lacked a detailed recruitment plan with a partnership of the higher education partners listed in the amended application on page 141. ACS lists several higher education partners. However, again, no recruitment plan or detailed strategies for recruitment with the identified partners was mentioned in the amended application. As evidenced in the report, Aventura, ACS, they did add an additional board member who has a background in accounting and business. They also indicated that grade line transportation will provide transportation for families who live 1.25 miles from the school. ACS provided specific timelines for the opening year recruitment, the enrollment, the facilities, opening ACS hiring timelines, and PD of educators or professional development of educators in July of 2022. The review team also cited that the applicant identified 3010 Toggle Avenue as a proposed location for ACS. So again, as determined by the review team and evidenced in the findings, the review team rated the amended operations plan as partially meets standard. After a thorough review of the amended application and based on the state evaluation rubric, the review team has determined the following for Aventura Community School. Academics, a partially meets, operations, a partially meets, and finances and past performances were not addressed in the amended application. Chair Buggs, I'll now turn it over to you for board consideration.
Thank you. All right, I will entertain a motion. Please, as soon as you make your motion and it is seconded, we will open up for a discussion. So just make your motion. It'll be seconded. We'll open for discussion. All right? Do I have a motion? Mrs. Elrod.
Sorry. I think we're too close to each other. No, still. Excuse us for the technical difficulties. All right, I move to deny the application for Aventura Community School based upon their continued lack of meeting the standards in academic program design and capacity due to an unclear or unknown curriculum supports and evidence of the programming. Additionally, Aventura Community School continues to only partially meet standards for their operations plan and capacity with a vague startup timeline with little to exact details and a very underdeveloped teacher recruitment plan.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. We'll open up a discussion. Mrs. Elrod.
Okay. Thank you. So as referred to and referred back to in our conversation that we just had with Dr. Griffin, sorry guys, we have our packets, we got our notes. One moment. So my concerns are that there continues to be this unclear amount of curriculum supports and evidence, not only with a specific bilingual dual language program, but also they don't seem to have a lot of evidence about the compounded benefits of trilingual students. Not saying that that's not a benefit, but that there is not a show of the understanding of the compounded benefits, nor the amount of services and supports that that type of major undertaking would require. Additionally, there's a lack of evidence of RTI supports and accountability, and as mentioned, there's no mention about the higher ed course planning that they would need for middle schoolers as required. Additionally, as operationally discussed, I am very concerned about the lack of a teacher recruitment plan. Aventura is proposing to be a dual language school that will need educators with a dual certification according to the school's desire to employ a large portion of educators. However, they continue to have no detailed or actionable recruitment plan. And in fact, they state, which I think is quite honorable, that the second most important factor is the type and number of faculty that will be recruited, hired, and retained to deliver the bilingual education model that would be unique to Adventura's theory of action. However, continuing to not to provide a detailed and ongoing recruitment strategy in both the original and now this amended application, except that they've met with several local and regional higher ed departments, is concerning to me because that is not a plan, that is just part of a planning action. And as we all know as board members, recruitment is ongoing and very difficult as there is not a population or a huge pipeline for teachers to be recruited from, particularly those that are diverse or have dual certifications. And lastly, they are wanting to recruit from my district, which is the Overton cluster, or that's part of my district, I should say. And the only people that I have heard from within my district that are interested in having this school are those that are involved with Aventura. And that is anecdotally evidence, which makes me think about analytically where we are with our current K through 4 bilingual school, which is Glendale, which is obviously in a different district. At Glendale, it's my concern that there is not only not a current want for a bilingual school, but maybe considering their current enrollment, there's not a current need as well. Because out of Glendale's 413 students, only 44 speak another language other than English. And out of those 44, only 16 are Spanish speakers. And again, South Nashville does have a large Spanish-speaking population, so I'm admirable to them wanting to meet those students. But we also have many other languages, including we're the home of the largest Kurdish population in the entire nation. So the trilingual need is an exceptional one. And it's a very large undertaking, and not respecting the number of resources and the amount of planning needed for that support is alarming to me. And then the fiscal impact, because I have to say it. The fiscal impact, which I know is not something that the state is concerned about, but it is something that I am concerned about as an elected official. As noted in our packet, is $4.6 million per year at the maximum enrollment of that school. And they have a slow growth plan is what it's called. So I considered that within their first 5 years, of course. And so that total is not 4.6 times 10. It's a total of $31.99 or $32 million over their 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Other thoughts? Mrs. Player-Peters.
Yes, so Aventura would be in my district where it's housed. I do applaud the concept of the school, but as Ms. Elrod Ms. Elrod did express a lot of the concerns that I have, particularly when it comes to the RTI issue, but also the trilingual, just given the diversity of our school. We do have a large Latino population, but also we have other populations, so addressing the trilingual concern is something that I'm concerned about. Not only, yes, as a benefit, but also may occur some challenges. And so kind of to just echo a lot of what Ms. Elrod said, I agree with Ms. Elrod with the denial of the application. It's admirable in concept, especially for our area of town. But I think it's really important that we make sure that the challenges that's in the district, particularly with the challenges the students have coming from other populations, from other countries, given the economics, the RTI is really important. And so that's for the reason for it. I appreciate everyone who reached out to me from the Aventura community and school. I think your intent's well, but when it comes to meeting the expectations, I think it's very crucial that, particularly for this population, that they really do meet expectations, just given the challenges they come in as we need to educate them with the EL issues that they have coming in. So, thank you.
All right. Mr. Little?
I would love to know, like, our district's plan. When we look at, it was either the chamber report card or our own data that showed we have about 30% of our students who are Spanish-speaking or Latino. Do we have a robust plan that we can provide support to those students and have the diversity? As we look at having people who care about you, but also people who look like you, do we have a plan that we can provide so we can say we wouldn't need another school like Aventura? It just seems like it's a big gap right now. I don't know if I can ask open questions.
You just ask it to me and I ask it to Dr. Battle.
Okay.
Dr. Battle, would you like to respond or would you like to respond later?
I think your question is with regards to our English learners, what plan do we have as a district to meet their needs? Is that accurate? We absolutely do. As a matter of fact, we have our director of our English learner program with us today, Molly Hedgewood, and she represents and supports all of our EL teachers and all of our coaches across the district. As a matter of fact, for many years, we've received pretty high marks and data around our ability to support our English language learner students. Molly, do you want to speak just briefly to our IOP process and how that process supports our students all across the district?
And Molly, what I was really asking, like the teacher recruitment part, not what we currently have. How do we continue to grow what we already have? And what is that number at right now?
Okay, so I can only speak to growing our EL teacher population because that's really where my role fits the most. But I think our district has done a really great job even over the last year prioritizing this effort. There's two different things that were done. Principals were given the option to put EL endorsements in their SPB so that they could endorse their own teachers. And also ESSER funds were allowed to be spent on EL endorsement programs. So we have lots of teachers that are our current MNPS teachers in our schools that are adding on this endorsement. This is going to be really great for our students because we're going to have content teachers, math, science, social studies that hold this EL endorsement so that we'll be able to meet student needs in all classes and have more stakeholders in schools that will be advocates for our students.
And just for clarity, you said we don't know the number that we're at now or the number we plan to grow? Because someone can say we doubled in growth, right? If you went from 3% achievement to 6%, so you doubled. But what I'm looking for is our population of Latino and Spanish speakers in other languages. Where are we and like what is that plan?
Got it. Okay, so.
Hold on, I'm sorry I had to interrupt you. Dr. Battle?
Yeah,
You should be directed to you first.
Sorry, I'm gonna do my best because I don't have the numbers in front of me. So we currently, I'm gonna speak to our EL population first. So our EL population is growing very rapidly. We have right now about 16,500 students that are active English learners, meaning they're not proficient in English yet. Services are provided at all schools based on their proficiency level. I don't know the specific number, but I bet I can go back and pull the specific language number for you. But the majority of our students are Spanish speaking, followed by Arabic, Kurdish, Somali, and some of those other languages as well. So we, at all of our schools, have service models. We have teachers in place. We have trained staff to support students to meet their EL needs wherever they are enrolled at school. And charter schools are held to those same expectations.
But do we know the percentage is what I keep looking for?
The language percentage, and I'll have to go back and look at that specific number for you because I don't want to give you the wrong specific number of MNPS students that speak Spanish.
And the only reason I ask, when you look at what they're proposing, do we already have that in place? Is it working? When we look at the population again, is growing. And so we got to look at what's best for our kids. And if we have it, great, let's discuss it. But I'm just looking at the report now. It says 30%, but it's only 2% of Hispanic or Latino teachers.
Got it.
Is what the chamber report. It may be wrong.
Right. So when it speaks to their program, we do not have another program like that one in MNPS. Glendale is similar.
Okay.
In the sense of the Glendale is a Spanish immersion school.
Mm-hmm.
The definition of a Spanish immersion school, though, is that it's a Spanish program for English speakers. As the data showed earlier, the number of Spanish speakers there at that school is small, and the majority of our Spanish speakers are in the southeast quadrant of Davidson County. We do not currently have that program in that area.
All right, Dr. Gentry?
So, everybody hold on to your seats.
You can take a seat.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, Molly.
Thank you.
Hold on to your seats here. So I have a different position, and I come from a different perspective. As I look at the Aventura proposal, what they're looking to accomplish, and this is going to sound a little dramatic, but I want you to understand, and I've said it from this board table before. I grew up in a bilingual household. But that second language that was spoken, which was my dad's primary language, was never honored. And so now, if you do a little Googling, there's only about 7,000 to 10,000 people who speak Louisiana Creole today. And so that's lost for me. My dad being a 2-time stroke victim, so even the minimal conversations we were able to have are now currently challenged. And I have no way of, without a whole lot of work, which I am currently working on, passing that on to my children. And so if I understand the Aventura model correctly, it is not to get a Spanish-speaking student to learn enough English so they can learn science. It is to honor their language and help them learn science in their language. So we keep using this term bilingual, and I think the appropriate term would be biliterate. So that I'm not teaching you, requiring you to set aside who you are, where you come from, where your comfort zone is. I'm not asking or taking you and putting you in an environment that does not honor and uplift your culture and your background and your experience. I'm not putting you in a position, which happened to me, where I literally felt superior to my dad growing up because he didn't speak good English. And so I'm not sending a child home and putting them in a situation where there's now not this ability to connect around academics. They're not able to connect with the challenges and the opportunities that the students is facing within their school because they can't talk to their parent because they're not learning what they know in their language. So I can't even explain to my mother in my own language what's happening with me at school. So for me, this is personal. And I just see this as an opportunity. It's not a Glendale. It's not a Spanish immersion. It's not taking some of our more affluent families and getting them an opportunity to learn a second language. It is taking some of our most challenged families because of their background, because they're not being appropriately accepted and indoctrinated and enculturated into our society. It's getting them to say, it's okay that you are who you are, and you're from where you're from, and you speak the way you speak, and you look the way you look. Because you can learn science, you can learn math, you can learn history, you can learn social studies, you can learn civics, you can become a viable citizen in this community and still honor who you are. And so for me, this is just a different opportunity for students. This is a different opportunity for a population of students that I don't think that has a need that I don't believe we are capable of meeting. I think it's an opportunity for us to have a model. And for me, you guys know I always say this, I'm not necessarily anti-charter. I'm anti what charters have become to us in this district. And this was supposed to be, as a charter, charters were supposed to be that model, that something different that we could learn from, that we could partner, that we could have strategies that we could bring into MNPS. And it's already been said here at the podium. We don't have this model. We don't have this approach. We don't have the ability to honor students in this way in our district. So I would love to see, I don't know how we get past the partially meets. I don't know how we support it. I'm assuming that you're not looking to open the door with 930 students, so you don't need 9,000 teachers. You just need enough and have a growth plan to get us there. So I would hope we could look at this as an opportunity to meet students where they are. This is a population of students that we are not meeting them where they are. We're meeting them where they are, but we're taking them to outside of the street. And so for me, it's personal. It's an opportunity I wish I had. I wish that the beginnings of the relationship with my dad were not what they could have been. Had it been allowed, I won't even take all the blame for this, had it been allowed, had it been acceptable for him to use his native language, use the language that he was comfortable in, and he probably would have been viewed as a totally different individual versus someone who just couldn't speak English, and so therefore had no value, right, outside of his community.
Thank you. Mrs. Pupo-Walker.
I said a lot about how I feel about this application in the last go-around. I want to say a couple of things. One, I'm concerned that we don't have the opportunity to ask questions of the review committee and understand where some of these findings are, what they're rooted in. I remember very distinctly the RTI conversation. I was able to show what page, where the RTI plan was. That was resolved. That was not part of the findings for this time. However, they're dinged on it again. And so there's things where I also want to say, I think it's not realistic for us to say in 8 years from, have a plan for your 8th grade high school course that's going to happen in 8 years in the application now. So these are the kind of things that I think, right. I mean, sure, we want to know that they're thinking about high school credits for 8th graders, but I don't think that's enough, in my opinion, to, I don't know, I respect the process. I've done this process. I would love to have a conversation about what the EL staff thinks about this, right? I think there's going to be a real opportunity for EL teachers. I mean, I think EL teachers will be drawn to teaching at a bilingual school. I taught, classes like this. So anyway, I'm not begrudging the partially meets. It is what it is. But I will say, this is a group that has fundamentally worked hard to come up with a plan that I think is evidence-based, research-based, that honors students' first language. I think it's unfair to assume all those students come in as EL learners. They come in often speaking English when they walk in the door, but they also speak Spanish at home. And so I just think it's more complicated than it appears in terms of how we talk about dual language, how we talk about language acquisition. And I don't think that has had a fair hearing here. It's a very unusual application, and I don't think we've had the opportunity to learn about what that process looks like. I would love to see the school open. I would love to see us have a place where families can have their children maintain and read and write in their first language. And So I'll support the school. Thanks.
Any new speakers before I allow a second round? All right, Mrs. Elrod.
Thank you. So, frankly, Dr. Gentry, that sounds, frankly, very difficult. I would like to say that that is the anticipation of the school, but that is not what they put in their paperwork. So they state that they want to deliver a bilingual education model with 30 to 50% English speakers and 30 to 50% Spanish speakers with some space for trilingual students. So I still think that they will honor Spanish-speaking students, to your point, but I don't think that that's their original model and what they're really wanting to do. I think it is a bilingual model, as they said it is a couple times. My concern is, again, they're not going to have probably all their plans in place for what's going to happen in year 6 and 7 because things change, frankly, quite quickly, particularly in education. But my concern is that they don't have a plan necessarily in place, as they weren't able to articulate it for even that first or second or third year. And those things I would expect them to have, particularly with such a strong board. And they do, on the scheme and on the face of it, do have a strong board, so, which is mentioned in the paperwork. So with those benefits and still not being able to articulate clearly their standards, their curriculums that they want to use, their supports, how they're going to do their recruitment, is very concerning to me, that it's a continued lack of seeming to understand the operation that they're getting into. It is a need for us to, of course, honor not just Spanish-speaking students, but we have so many different languages discussed and spoken inside. I mean, Overton, which is one of my schools, is the most diverse school in the whole state. We have over 41 languages spoken at Overton. So we need to honor those schools and those languages, including we have some that speak Creole and Pidgins at Overton. And so I think that we do need to honor those. I just don't believe this is the only way to do that. And maybe instead, it's that our reimagined work, our other work, where we focus on our current bilingual school that we're supposed to have and really manage what that looks like better to really honor the original intention of it. Maybe that's the better conversation. But reintroducing a school that has potentially good intentions, but not the operational experience or wherewithal to do it, is of deep concern to me.
All right, well, I will say before we call for the question then that I took my toddler son, my 3-year-old Christopher, to Musician's Corner to specifically meet with Aventura, the board members and the founder, and just ask some questions about the application, kind of understand more what the school was looking to do, who it was looking to serve. And I am one of those people that has voted against every new charter school because we have just so many schools. We don't need new ones. But it's also interesting because I love being able to sit at this table, hear the different perspectives, because we don't break protocol and we don't talk before we have the meetings. I get to hear what your general feelings are in the moment. And I'll just say that after my conversation with Ms. Morosi, I told her that, barring any significant issues with their application, that I was willing to vote for this because I do believe that this is one of those schools, one of those charter schools that does exactly what we've asked charter schools to do. It's not just a replication of something. It's not pulling resources. It's not doing any of the things that we know that some of our charter schools do, but it is a new model that it just was so interesting to hear Dr. Gentry talk about that, because these were my thoughts. It's like this is something new that our students, that because historically we have been underfunded, we as a school system have not been given the grace and the funding and the bandwidth and the capacity to be able to recruit teachers from diverse backgrounds or with diverse language, or speakers of diverse languages. We just haven't had that support typically. And so I'm still open to be swayed, but I am leaning towards voting for this school because my conversation with them that night, the way she was able to explain who they've already spoken with, the number of teachers they've already been able to not just commit to teaching at the school that are bilingual and that have the ELL endorsement, but that they already have a laundry list of other recruitment strategies that they're already engaging in. And so I think I did struggle with some of the application and some questions that I had because it was different from my conversation with them versus what I saw here. But I also understand that there are many different people involved in the process, and so that's my 2 cents. I want to give everyone who wants a chance to mention their thoughts to share. Mrs. Masters.
So this is a question for Dr. Battle, if that's all right. Would you say that we follow research-based best practices in educating our EL learners throughout the district?
Absolutely. With confidence, I can tell you that our team, we have a team of experts. We have great educators in our schools who are, as Molly mentioned, continuing to build their capacity, get their endorsements around how to best support our students. And so without hesitation, I can share with you that we do utilize best practices and strategies across our schools, and that we have a team of experts who are equipped to meet the needs of our students.
That's great, thank you. And would you also say that, with our Every Student Known sort of mission statement, that we're giving deep consideration as well to that special set of needs for those students who are English language learners?
I think it's a prime example of what we mean by every student known. It is really about us making sure that we understand our students' background, we understand their needs, we understand where they are, and that we're aligning our resources, our supports, our instruction to meet the needs of our students. And that is just the core function of every student known. It is everything about our students and what it's going to take to make sure they're on a path for success.
That's great, thank you. I ask those questions to sort of reiterate, I am a very strong believer in public schools. That's why I'm sitting here. And I believe that as much as we can do to strengthen the system that we have in place and to ensure that we can provide the best education possible for every child here in Nashville within our public school system, I feel like that is the best avenue for us to follow. And I would rather see the resources and the funding that is going to go towards another charter school go into our existing schools.
Thank you. Any other thoughts before we call for the vote? All right, Mrs. Elrod, would you mind restating your motion? And I know it's been properly seconded.
Yes. I move to deny the application for Aventura Community School based upon their continued lack of meeting the standards in academic program design and capacity due to an unclear or unknown curriculum supports and evidence of their programming. Additionally, Aventura Community School continues to only partially meet standards for their operational plans and capacity with only vague startup timelines and a very underdeveloped teacher recruitment plan.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, all opposed? All right, motion fails, which means that I will entertain a new motion. Once it is moved, it must be seconded, and then we'll open to discussion if there's further discussion.
I move that we approve Aventura, is it community school? What is the full motion?
That's it.
I move that we approve the charter for Aventura Community School.
All right, do we have a second?
A second.
All right, any discussion? Beginning with Mrs. Pupa Walker, if you have any.
I will say, I'm not going to belabor this. I think there's a lot of misconceptions about dual language in this district, on this board, because we don't have anything like it. What Glendale offers is something very different. So I think it's a learning opportunity for us to understand. Yes, we want every student known, but we are not teaching our children in their first language until they get to high school, like at Overton, or like a Spanish heritage class. But even then, right, it's a fraction of kids, and it is teaching them Spanish after they've lost it, right? What we're talking about here is an opportunity for students who choose to come and learn to read and write in their native language and in English as well. And so, anyway, I hope it passes, and I hope we can learn a lot about what it means to truly teach children in their first language in this way, and also recognize, and I always have celebrated the great work of our EL shop, and I'm a huge fan of Molly Hedgewood, and It's not to say that they aren't doing a great job. I don't see this as an EL school. It's not an EL school. It is a dual language school. It is a bilingual school, right? And that's a different thing to me. Anyway, so that's it.
Mrs. Masters, and then Mrs. Elrod.
I have to reiterate that, there are certain things I would love to see in specific schools. But this is a public school district where we're trying to provide the best possible education to every child who lives here. And I feel like for us to be about to approve a school application where they didn't even meet the standards that are supplied to us by the state in a way that basically makes it almost impossible for them to not meet the standards in the application, and that we're going to approve that because it's a niche area that seems interesting. And yes, potentially replicable, which is what charter schools are supposed to do, is provide replicable, exciting, different ways of educating. But I'm just shocked that we're about to this is actually going to be approved when it didn't even meet the standards for the application process. And I hope that we're not about to go down this road of approving the charter schools that seem really cool or that seem neat or the most interesting to us. While I appreciate the thoughtfulness that has gone into it, because I definitely appreciate that, and I agonize over all of these applications. I have yet to see one that I think warrants taking the resources away from our traditional schools. So, that's it.
Thank you. Mrs. Elrod?
Thank you. I, too, am very surprised as it goes against a lot of the conversations that were had in April about our strategic plan in the future for not just our current schools, but reimagined and our charter schools, not obviously just by myself, but for the board as a whole. At that time, we had many discussions, and we have had also in board retreats, that though there are definitely concerns, myself included, having concerns, with the review process, for several reasons, that we were going to try to work within those and try to stay on the compliance-driven process, as we keep hearing, as it being called. So it continuing to be partially meets, and there's not any new information being provided, which is why it's continuing to be partially met, is really alarming to me. I don't know why we would agree to spend $32 million on a good idea, but with no actionable or operational plans. We have tons of schools with incredible options and thoughts and ideas, but we miss those, or we're not able to fund those, or we don't have the capacity to do those for all kinds of reasons. And we end up kicking ourselves by saying we only partially met with them. We only did so much. We could have done so much more. And so it seems a bad idea to set ourselves up to do that again. And once again, a school that has maybe a good idea, but not the capacity to bring it out. If they've had 2 opportunities to apply in a process that's already geared by the state to get a yes, and they still can't get a yes, in not just 1 but 2 areas, it should be concerning to all of us, particularly because the students that they're wanting to serve is, again, 30 to 50% English speakers, 30 to 50% Spanish speakers, with some space for other languages. Once again, the closest that we have to that is Glendale, and understandably, that is not the same school because it's K through 4 instead of K through 8. It's in a different district, all of those things. But people send their kids to that school, frankly, because it's a pathway into JT Moore, not because it's a bilingual school. The people that I know don't typically, and that's shown through the data of how many Spanish-speaking students they have and how many English-speaking students they have. It shows that there's not a deep desire. And so a follow-up concern I should have, which I think we all should have, is if we only have a school that we don't have many Spanish or we don't have many English-speaking students in, does it just become the foreign language school? Is that a new form of some type of segregation? Is there a possible outcome to that? Those are my concerns, that we're going to have a pinhole school that can't meet their requirements. They don't have the plan for them, even though very well-intentioned maybe, and they can't meet the standards for it. And we're going to agree to it because it sounds like it's going to be great, but we don't have any proof that it's going to be great.
Duly noted, and so I'll say that when I met with Aventura, the few different times I spoke with them and then meeting with them at Musicians Corner to see their teaching in action and then the documents that they were able to provide me, and I've never been on a charter review team, so I'm not going to say, I certainly don't want to muddy the water in that way. But I was under the impression that they were going to meet the standard because the documents that they gave me showed their recruitment. It showed that a lot of this that seems to be not addressed in the one-pager was addressed. And so I think that's the first thing. Now, I certainly understand the fiscal impact. I mean, I told you I'm going to be insufferable this year with my son going into school, so I understand that we've got to be very protective of resources. We've got to be thoughtful about the money that we spend, where it goes, how it's divided up. But I also want to be mindful of the idea that often disenfranchised community members don't speak up. So if they want to go to a school, if they feel like they need something, they may not know the pathway to get it. It's not that MNPS is saying, no, don't call me, no, don't email us, no, don't let us know. It's that they literally don't know where to start. Or they don't have the language to put to their thoughts and their ideas, and they don't know how to, they maybe don't feel comfortable or don't have the capacity to advocate. And so I'm trying to be mindful of that also, that if you have citizens or you have community members who have a language barrier, they don't know how to advocate for themselves, they're not sure which way to go or who to go to, I just think that presents a different issue that maybe MNPS, we've done our best. We continue to put our best foot forward. We continue to have a strong ELL office. We've asked for a decade to have more funding for translators and for training for our teachers, but we have not been able to do it. And this school, again, based on what we saw in the original plan, based on what we saw here, and then based on what they were able to provide me tangibly, it seemed like they met the standard. It seemed like they were ready, and not just it seemed, but I reviewed and I'm like, okay, they're ready. I thought that when we got this amended package back, that it was going to say that it met all the standards. So that's my thoughts. Again, I've never voted for a charter school, so I have truly agonized and struggled with this one. But yeah, go ahead, Mr. Little.
Yeah, I think we got to watch how we continue to reference if they partially meet the standard and then change the field goal post. But I think what I've saw from Aventura really is the love. I saw the experience of people who have worked in the district, who live in the district, who really reference that community. Like, I love that experience. And I also love the fact of, like, the diverse people coming out to speak on behalf of the school. And I think working at a school off Murfreesboro Road, I realized that, like, populations need love. Like, we need good run schools, but we also need people who just really care. And as I look at the application, I was a little confused too, and I had questions similar to what Jenny said, because there were a lot of questions that we didn't address last time. And I just think and I know you guys say we can't try something shiny, but I think we gotta try things if we're in that field and it's not working for that population. And when I look at the numbers, like, that's what I want to look at. Like, I want to put the heart into it, but I also want to look at the numbers and say, what can I be against? And if I'm against it, what is the plan to correct it? And if I don't have a plan, sometimes I got to slow down if I disagree, because these are kids that we're talking about. And just the last thing that I want to address, we keep saying like we're losing money for the district. And when I think about our budget, that money doesn't go to me, it doesn't go to anyone, but the parents who send their kids to the school is where the money belongs. And so if a parent, as we listen to tons of parents for and against different schools, like, all parents have a right. You know, one parent tonight said, I love my neighborhood schools, but I send my kids to Meigs. And so we still gotta give parents the right to choose what's best for their kids, because at the end of the day, as one mother said, her grandson is in the 9th grade. What plan are we having for her? Like if she comes up here and pours her heart out, she repeated herself 60 times, but who went out and said, hey, I'm gonna help you? She walked away from here with no one looking to give her support, and we don't need that in our district.
Mrs. Pupo-Walker?
I'd like to call the question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Tyler hasn't been able to speak. Go ahead, Ms. Tyler.
Thank you. Like Ms. Masters, I'm also concerned with taking resources away from our schools. But I also see the very important work of honoring our students and their first language and where they come from. We should be honoring the primary language of all our EL students in all of their classes in all of their zone schools, always. So then my thought is, how can we do that? How can we honor the primary language of our EL students in a location that is already the heart of their community, that is already where they are zoned, that already has transportation worked out for them, that already has their parents just right around the corner? Why can't we help them where they are instead of forcing them to have to come somewhere else? And so what I would love to see is a collaboration between the Board of Adventura and MNPS so that we can take what you want to do and find a way to work it in our existing schools. Does that mean more PD for our EL teachers? Does that mean that you guys create something that we can add to what we're doing? That, to me, is the ideal of finding a way to honor every kid, not just the ones who have the ability to go somewhere else. All of them, all of our EL kids need to be honored in their primary language. They don't need to be embarrassed. They don't need to feel like they're losing a part of themselves. They need to be loved for who they are, where they live. So that's what I want. I don't want to deny it because I don't want EL students to get what they need. I want to deny it so everybody can have it.
All right, the question has been called. Mrs. Pupo-Walker, would you mind restating your motion? And it has been properly
We
seconded.
approve Aventura Community School for a charter with MNPS.
All right, it's been properly seconded. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, all opposed? Any abstentions? All right, it has passed. We will now move on to Nashville Classical Charter School. I'm sorry, Nashville Classical Charter School 2.
Yes. And now for our second applicant, Nashville Classical School 2. I'll refer to it as NC2. They proposed an amended application for an existing operator in Tennessee for a new school that replicates an existing model. It's for the school year 22-23 with a maximum enrollment of 600 students, grades K through 8. As evidenced in the findings and determined by the review team, NC2 was rated in the amended academic plan as meets the standard. As evidenced by the review team in the report, the applicant provided a description of the rationale, a wait list, and documentation of stakeholder engagement for selecting the community where the school will be located. We provided for you, board, a one-pager that pulls a few specifics from the review team's amended report. I'll cite a few evidence findings now from that report. Evidence 1, the review team reviewed the enrollment study that NC2 included in the application. NC2 reported partnering with national demography experts to identify a location that they reported will support them in meeting enrollment targets, as well as creating a level of racial and socioeconomic diversity that will support their mission. As evidenced by the review team and in the report, on page 8 of the amended application, NCT reports that by locating a K-8 school at 1015 Davison Drive, NC2 could provide potential relief for overcrowding in the Hillwood cluster. However, the application does not include Metro Schools Reimagined Planning that will address the enrollment in the Hillwood cluster. Evidenced in the report, finding 3, NC2 reported that they engaged with a variety of stakeholders to address the enrollment concerns and provided letters of support from stakeholders including council members, business leaders, and nonprofit leaders to support their new location. Evidenced in the review team's report, over the past 2 years, Nashville Classical reports they had a wait list of students. So as evidenced in the findings and as determined by the review team, NC2 was rated as a meets standard. After a thorough review of the amended application and based on the state evaluation rubric, the review team has determined the following for NC2. Academics as a meets standard, and the other 3 areas were not reviewed due to the meets standard from the original application. I'll turn it over now to you, Chair Buggs, for board consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Griffin. All right, I will entertain a motion. Mr. Little?
Yeah, so before I get started, there's one thing that I want to read just around the conflict of interest. Is this for the?
Okay, yeah, conflict of interest, go ahead. Okay.
Yes. So, TCA 12-4-101, and I just want to be clear as I come before because conflict of interest is huge. Melissa Roberge, Attorney Roberge, has been very helpful, and it reads, conflict of interest problems generally arise when a school board member has, and you may need to help me with the pecuniary interest. Okay, I got it. All right. That would interfere with the member's ability to vote objectively on matters before the board. Tennessee Code annotated 12-4-10A1 and B provide it is unlawful for any official whose duty is to vote for any contract in which the county is concerned to be directly or indirectly financially interested in such contract. And I start that, I want to make a motion to approve Nashville Classical.
I'm sorry, because of your abstention, you can't make a motion. Am I incorrect, Mrs. Roberge?
I don't know that I heard Mr. Little say that he was recusing himself.
Yes.
Oh, you're not recusing yourself?
Right. I read the whole conflict of interest 12-4-101.
Okay.
Okay.
Mrs. Roberge, any thoughts?
The sort of conflict of interest and recusal rules are self-policing, and so it's up to each individual board member to act appropriately in this manner. And Mr. Little and I have had conversations about it, and we've talked about it, and if this is the decision that he has made, there isn't a mechanism to prevent him from voting.
Yeah, and I'll read the code one more time. TCA 12-4-101, conflict of interest between board members generally arise when a school board member has pecuniary, I just want to make sure I'm getting that word right, interest, which are like financial interest.
Correct. The board policies also talk about when it may be appropriate to recuse yourself, but that is what the statutes say.
Yes.
So point of information. So you're not recusing yourself from the vote?
I'm not, based on TCA 12-4-1. And I'm going to tell you, since this is an open conversation, it's well known my son attends school, but most board members on here have kids in metro schools. And so just because my kid attends a school, I shouldn't have to recuse myself if I have no financial interest, if I don't seek to gain anything. And so I think what we think may be a conflict of interest, we have to look at the real rules and say, would I be biased or would anybody else be biased when it comes to their own community school that their kids attend? And the first time I did recuse myself, and I felt really bad, even though it failed, but I just think I have an obligation, especially as you listen to parents of what they're dealing with, to vote with your heart and not for people, and I'm not saying people are, but people may frown upon you. I have no financial interest in the school.
Okay, because I don't know why did you read that. I was just getting clarification of.
I want it to be super duper clear because I don't want the grayness over my head. That's why I wanted to start off reading the statute. putting it out there that I have no financial interest in the school, but it is a school I support that I send my kid to. Just like we're all Metro school parents and we send our kids to Metro schools and we advocate for our communities in different schools that we may have an interest in, not financially.
Okay, just sort of a clarification.
Yeah, but
because I was just confused how you
Ms. Tyler has.
Yeah, can I point out that we were voted in to represent our community schools, and you were not voted in to represent a charter school? So we are supposed.
But who said I'm representing the charter?
Point of order.
You just said you wanted to approve it.
Point of order. We'll,
I said vote on it.
Mr. Little, if you would like to go down this road, go ahead and begin with your motion, and then once it's seconded, we will open up for discussion. Go right ahead.
Okay. And so I make a motion to approve Nashville Classical Charter School 2 based on the academic achievements, based on their TN Ready scores, based on the amount of diversity of parents who support the school. Lastly, by the language of Dr. Griffin, said a highly qualified charter review committee rated it all as meets standards. And so that's why I was making a point of the last time, because if we are.
If you don't mind, I'll allow you to start the discussion once it's been seconded. So we've heard the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, we have a second. We'll begin discussion with Mr. Little.
No, so just as we listened to the review committee, as we talked about the accolades, as we look at the new director, who all have meet standards, I think it's a disservice as we look at the academics, as we look at the culture of what they represent based on what other parents. I think looking at the TN Ready scores, when you look online in comparison to not only MNPS, but also the state, I think it'll be a disservice not to approve something that has just shown everything that we want in the school, that has shown diversity, that has shown great culture, that has opened its doors to people around the community. And as a parent, that's what I've seen in looking at the numbers on the TN Ready, that's what I've seen. And so that's why I moved to approve it. We got to support the schools that support us.
Thank you, Mr. Little. Mrs. Tyler, then Mrs. Elrod, then Mrs. Masters.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions about the section of the amended charter that we're looking at, the one that is the academic program design and capacity. Part of our job is to assess if the charter school can meet its capacity projections. It doesn't matter how great your academics are if there are not enough students attending to feasibly stay open and benefit from them. So one of the reasons you said you changed your rating was the wait list. So I would like to ask a couple of questions about their wait list, if that's possible, Chairwoman Buggs.
Dr. Battle?
Sure.
Okay, how many people are currently on the waiting list for Nashville Classical right now?
All right, if it's okay, Dr. Griffin, I'd like to invite Mr. Ron Latimer up to the podium to be able to respond to the waitlist questions.
They currently have 177 students on their wait list.
So nowhere close to the 1,000 they claimed. Okay.
That was applications, not a wait list. Those are the number of kids that applied over the past 2 years.
How many of the people on that wait list are from District 9?
1.
How many people on that wait list are from the Whites Creek cluster?
14.
So since they will begin and slowly open, starting with kindergarten, how many kindergarten students are on their wait list?
0.
0. Can we take a second and look at the Hillwood Cluster's kindergarten students? I want to know if there's any reason to think that the Hillwood Cluster students are leaving for other options or that they're looking for other options. Can you talk to us about the numbers for the Hillwood Cluster's elementary students over this last several years, including this upcoming one?
Yeah, so in general, there's been a little bit of a dip in the Hillwood Cluster over the past few years, and then more so this year because of COVID. Right now, the kindergarten enrollment is looking good going into the next year. It's about 100 students over where we were at this point in time last year.
Okay.
Which is still a little bit lower enrollment-wise than where we've been, but is looking better than the COVID year we just went through.
Yeah. So it seems like the claims from the application of the wait list that are going to benefit Nashville Classical's location in District 9, where they are saying that they want to pull from Whites Creek and Hillwood, they would have 15 students total, but they wouldn't be able to start immediately because they don't have, none of them are in kindergarten. So as of right now, they would have absolutely no students coming to their school when they first open, as of right now. And then, as you said, our students at the Hillwood cluster have had a little dip, but they have pretty much held steady. So our students who are choosing public schools, our zoned public schools, are choosing to stay there. The numbers that the enrollment has remained steady, and that shows a commitment to our families to their zoned schools. So I just got to say, in my outreach to find out everybody's, I've heard, and you heard Councilman Rosenberg talk, and when he came up, he spoke first about how he represents the vast majority of the District 9 school. His whole council is within, his whole district is within District 9 school board. And he said he has received nobody telling him that they want Nashville Classical. 0 families have reached out to him and talked to him, but he has heard from families who do not want it. Likewise, I have heard overwhelmingly from families who do not want and would not attend Nashville Classical. And there were a handful of people who did want it, but of that small handful, only 2 of them had children young enough to potentially attend Nashville Classical, and only 1 of those 2 would actually consider sending them in elementary school because they are committed to their zoned elementary school. So in addition to that anecdotal evidence of just talking and hearing from people, there is actually a precedent that the majority of families in District 9 will not send their children to a local charter school. Lead Academy is a successful charter school network, both here in Nashville and nationally. They currently have 6 schools open at MNPS that are well attended. They tried to open another school in the exact same location Nashville Classical wants to use. They were not able to enroll enough students to stay open. Their financial stability, their years of experience, their solid, great curriculum was not enough to entice local families to attend the school. Nowhere in Nashville Classical's application do they show proof of interest from the actual families who live in District 9. I also wanted to address the thing where they were talking about overcrowding in our district. I just want to go ahead and state for the record that while they are well attended, none of District 9's elementary schools are at or over capacity. No relief is needed for our elementary schools. There is room for our students to continue to go there without problem. As for our 2 middle schools, only 1 of them is currently over capacity. And so I have a couple questions to address that. Do you anticipate that the actions of the MNPS Reimagined, where we move our 5th grade back to elementary school, would they have an impact on the Hillwood cluster middle schools?
I mean, it would decrease the enrollment there, obviously taking 5th grade away, and so we wouldn't have a capacity issue at HG Hill at that point in time.
Once that happens, we would not have a capacity issue because we would have built out our elementary schools, because 3 of our 4 elementary schools will need to have actual renovations added to them in order to house 5th grade. 1 of them just needs to close some of their optional applications. So if we have adding 5th grade back to elementary school and we have to do it by a renovation, then that's not going to overcrowd those schools because we are literally building the space they need. So elementary schools won't be overcrowded with the renovation, and middle schools will have relief, and there will be nobody overcrowded there. So it's clear that there is no need for relief. And also, I just had another question about the Reimagine plan too. So given the requirements about the next round of ESSER funding, do we have the ability to look at speeding up our Reimagine plan using ESSER funds?
Not something I can answer.
With regards to allowability, there are aspects of the ESSER funds that would allow some options to expedite in some spaces, yes.
Okay. So we don't have to wait for everybody in the capital needs thing if we're able to use these ESSER funds to find a way to help jumpstart and move quickly in our reimagined plan. So considering the fact that our elementary schools are not in need of relief for overcrowding, and the MNPS reimagined plan will alleviate the overcrowding of the middle school level, it is clear that Nashville Classical won't be able to provide relief because none is needed. Now, I have another question that's a little bit more personal, and it's because I actually used to work as a first grade teacher at Brookmead at the location that they're hoping to open at. And so that school is near and dear to me. But I taught in the older, not renovated section, and it had issues with recurring mold where the second grade classrooms were. They had typical older building issues in the office, kindergarten, and the first grade areas. So like many people in the surrounding community, I was under the impression that asbestos was a problem after the school closed, and that left the older portion of the school only safe enough to use as storage. None of us know for sure if that's even true, or if it is, if it was addressed by the new owners. I have repeatedly asked about the physical condition of the building and whether or not it would be safe for students to use, with no response. So if the issues in the older section of the building have been fixed, this has not been made clear to the board. Do we have any knowledge about the physical state of the proposed location?
And ask David Prophet to come up and help there.
Chris, would you like to defer to David Prophet? Okay.
I can only speak to the condition of the school when it was sold at that point in time. And there was ACMs throughout the facility.
And what are ACMs?
Acoustical. Asbestos-containing materials, whether it be floor tile, whether it be ceilings, mastic, pipe insulation, things like that. The latest report that I saw, I think it was generated as late as 2018, just before we sold the school, had it shown throughout, throughout the entire facility.
Throughout the entire facility, even the new section?
There were some, no, not in the new section.
Okay, all
down,
in the old section, okay. Just
primarily from the entry back over to the left-hand side of the building.
Okay.
And, but beyond that, I can't tell you if anything's been done or anything like that since then, since we sold it.
Mm-hmm. I hope that gives everybody else as much concern as it does me. Even if they only use the new portion of the building, how are they making sure that asbestos are not going to affect the students at the school? I would think if they had fixed that problem, that they would be shouting it from the rooftops to let us know that it wasn't an issue anymore. But their silence is an answer in itself to me. I'm really struggling to see how the things that were used to change the rating actually exist. Their wait list does not bear out for their location. The stakeholder engagement does not include the actual families who would attend. I don't even know what their rationale is. You just said they gave it to you. So I'm just really, I want to take a minute also to note that in Nashville Classical's application, one of their top priorities is to serve disadvantaged students. The most current numbers available show that only 34.4% of their student population are actually economically disadvantaged. And it's worth noting that in their application, their original application for the school in East Nashville back in 2012, based on the demographics in the area, they predicted that they would have 89% of their students would be living in poverty. They have never come close to that prediction. They got up to 72% in their second year, and they've been under 50% since their fourth year. And they have not been able to rise above that. So if they're having trouble enrolling economically disadvantaged students in East Nashville, How will they serve more disadvantaged students in the district with the lowest economically disadvantaged percentage of all students in all of MNPS? Where are these kids coming from? Now, through all that, I do want to say, as you heard clearly tonight from the public comment, Nashville Classical has been a very good fit and has had a positive impact on the East Nashville community. They're clearly doing good work there, and they're clearly meeting the needs of the students that they serve there. So I don't want to denigrate them. That's not what I'm trying to do. They're doing what they said they were going to do in that first one, maybe with the exception of the not having disadvantaged students. But for the most part, they're helping those kids. But as I've focused on this whole time, the demographics and the need in District 9 are very different from the demographics and need in East Nashville. If Nashville Classical wants to help families who are economically disadvantaged or at risk, then District 9 should not be the location they choose. If they want to help families who are unhappy with the performance of their zoned elementary school, then District 9 should not be the location they choose. If they want to help alleviate overcrowding, they should not target schools that are still not at capacity. So I think we have to think about how will it help MNPS students in overcrowded areas to open up in District 9? How will it help MNPS economically disadvantaged students to open up in District 9? Because right now the precedent that's set is from the lead school that could not enroll enough people to stay open despite their national and local success otherwise. I just have not seen anything that will show me that Nashville Classical will do anything different.
Thank you. Mrs. Elrod, Mrs. Masters, and then Mr. Little.
Thanks. It is interesting that the motion was to approve it based upon the findings from the board consideration when those were all just ignored from the past conversation. So if we're gonna play that game, I have some questions. So the concern last time was that there were questions that wanted to be asked of the review team, but though no questions were asked. And so I have some questions about Nashville Classical, and they are the following. The information between the original and the amended is frankly not that different. That's pointed out in the first one, the bullet point list, and of course the detailed application information that we received. There's not a lot of new information that was provided in the amended application, except for on page 13, it states that they, quote, provided letters of support from stakeholders, including council members, business leaders, and nonprofit leaders to support their new location. Letters of support do not equate to any type of enrollment, nor even academic support. So I am concerned that it's the only major change in the information that we were given, and their rating was changed. Because the rating should not be changed based upon potential political or outside pressure to open a school that doesn't have a benefit, again, to enrollment or academics, which is what the ratings were supposed to be on. So what additional information can we highlight that we have maybe not noticed that caused that change in rating?
So Board Member Elrod, due to Tennessee Code annotated, I cannot inject my subjective feelings based on what the review team reported. It is very evidenced. I can tell you, though, that there was a reference of reports for NC2, and I can call your attention to those reports, and they were enrollment reports. And there was a 21-22 district enrollment projection report. It's on page 4 of the amended application. There's a transition team report in 2016 on page 5 of the amended application. There is an MNPS diversity management plan on page 6 and page 13 of the amended application. And there is also a McConnell, Jones, Lanier, and Murphy, an outside auditor of MNPS, that was on page 10. And so the findings based on what the review team evidence was around enrollment. And that evidence that's in section 1.2 of the rubric.
Okay. In our meet standards admitted application, I think that's referred to as the applicant articulated in the admitted application, they're offering a seamless K-8 pathway, which is same as before, and opening the city's first K-8 school outside of East Nashville, which is, again, not new information. And they provide a unique enrollment option because, again, it's a K-8 in the Hillwood cluster and the neighboring communities, including the Whites Creek area. Then there's some more referral back to the original report findings that we received about how there are concerns from the review team that, that the Whites Creek location really can't handle much more recruiting as it's already so under-enrolled, and that Hillwood doesn't have a need for this type of enrollment because they have so much capacity already. So, again, with those two things being present, I don't understand how it would have been changed to suddenly partially meets to meets, and there not be a lot of information included about how they met that change to the standard. I appreciate the list of all the data that was provided. Of course, you know that we don't see all that data in a granular way. So it would have been helpful to have that data because it appears that it is in essence the same application besides the increased letters that were received from stakeholders, which again, does not equate to enrollment or even academic supports. Again, I am irritated that we are saying that this meets standards with, again, not a lack of evidence, where we just had a lot of evidence and we said it doesn't meet standards and then we approved it. That is exceptionally frustrating to me. Lastly, are we allowed to comment on our colleague not recusing himself?
Tony Roberge, please.
I think that that's outside the question.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, outside the motion, but thank you for asking.
That's why I asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Masters. And then I'll entertain anyone else who wants to speak on the first round before I allow Mr. Little for a second round.
I just want to say that I appreciate everything that Board Member Tyler said, because we are talking about a school potentially in her district. And I also want to say that I was a resident of East Nashville when Nashville Classical 1 opened. And I would just kind of contrary to what Ms. Tyler said about it serving a need there, I think it very well actually may have delayed the progress of some of our traditional zone schools in that area. We have some pretty spectacular schools in East Nashville, and I believe that some of them that are very highly awarded at this point probably could have reached that point much sooner had we not had the competing factor of charter schools moving into that area. I don't live in East Nashville anymore. I live in Goodlettsville. But that is my take on that as someone who sort of watched it firsthand. I mean, y'all, you can't beat public schools for what we are able to offer. We have the most highly qualified teachers. We have the highest level of accountability for the schools. We have the longest track record of being able to show the results that we get for our students. Good public schools are good. And you know what? There aren't any broken public schools in affluent communities, which only goes to prove that if we just put the resources into the system as it currently exists, we can take care of these kids. So I'll be voting against this. the fight to privatize public education is frustrating. And it's not the purpose of a public board of education. And that's all I have.
All right, before we allow second round, I'll say the first Nashville Classical is in my district. In fact, when I was pregnant with my 3-year-old, that was the first onesie I received. I fought 2 years ago for them to have additional seats because I believe in the continuity of the school, and I wanted students to be able to go from kindergarten to 8th grade, and they thought they would have more attrition, and they didn't. So students were staying versus leaving, and so I agreed with that. But I will continue to, unfortunately, not vote for this because I strongly disagree with the idea that we force integration on communities. I mean, I think we continue to opt out of neighborhood schools, and I mean, I can't afford to move back to the White Creek area. I want, in my heart of hearts, to live in Bordeaux, but I can't maintain 2 homes. I certainly can't move back there yet, but when I do get a chance to move back there, I would love to send my child to his neighborhood school. That doesn't, just because it's my choice though, I acknowledge that that's not gonna be everyone's choice. I do just agree that we have to be very, thoughtful about how disenfranchised communities are affected by every single decision. That sometimes we can sit, because we all, even though we all come from different socioeconomic backgrounds, we all do sit in that place of privilege, and it is hard to sometimes remember that there are families that cannot or just don't have the capacity to advocate for themselves. I think Nashville Classical continues to do a great job in East Nashville. I don't know that I agree with it being in District 9. I appreciate that there is likely a very long wait list for Nashville Classical, but I do have to note, I was intrigued to see that there is a wait list for every single pre-K program that I applied to. So there was a wait list at Warner. There was actually a wait list at Buena Vista/Jones where my son will be going. There was a wait list at Carter Lawrence. There's literally a wait list at every single school. So not to dismiss the wait list, but I do think it's worth noting that does seem to be a bit of a common theme in choice schools. If there are no more first thoughts, we'll go to Mr. Little.
Yeah, so question, because I know we talked about asbestos, and we don't want our kids being unsafe, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Prophet, but...
Well, ask me, Dr. Battle. Okay, she will just, don't worry, that's it.
Would the school have to pass codes?
But I'm sorry, lean into your mic just so the...
Okay. Would the school have to pass codes before they opened up in the proposed building that we're talking about? Because we don't want kids to be in unsafe schools.
Dr. Battle, would you like to...
Yes, Dr. Prophet, if you could approach the podium, please.
And I know this seems odd to the community at large, but this is just to make sure that we're following proper protocol and that we're sending everything through our director of schools.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Chairman Buggs. Mr. Little, to answer your question specifically, I really can't answer that. I don't know the condition of the current school. I don't know if they've done any work to it. I don't know if they've had the fire marshal come out and look at it.
My question, before they were allowed to open, would they have to pass codes?
As I said, I don't know what they've done to the school. I mean, whoever bought it may have renovated it to the degree that it's already gone through that process. And so, if you move from one body that used it as an educational facility into another one, maybe not. But again, I don't know what they've done there to improve the physical condition of the building.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sir.
And so my last thing, I think someone said forced integration, and one of the documentaries that I just watched brought me to tears. I think a couple of board members were there. And when I think about decisions that we make, I think about sympathy versus empathy. Sympathy, I feel really bad for those kids who leave MNPS and don't really have a chance. I really hate that they have to live their life. I hate that they grew up in the projects. I hate that they got priced out of their homes. I hate that. Let me donate some. But the empathy part, and this is what I implore amongst our board, is understanding why people make the decisions they make. And so as I looked at Buena Vista at that documentary, parents were standing outside of the school yelling at these families with little kids because they didn't want those kids in their neighborhood. And as I watched somebody who was number 39 on the list go to number 1 on the list because he wanted to make sure everybody heard what he had to say, that's the privilege that we don't need in our district. And this is the same person, and I won't name names, but who is constantly attacked me behind the scenes, sending pictures of text messages to me with pictures of me with the police, pictures of me at the school board. And so when I watch a person who is 39 on the list promote themselves to #1, maybe because of privilege, those are the people I don't want to listen to saying, keep them out my neighborhood. It just sounds like a whistle. And I'm not making accusations. I'm just going by what I continue to hear. We don't want them in our neighborhood. And when I say empathy, I would like for anybody who would not like specific communities in their neighborhood to actually visit those communities, sit down, have lunch, walk the neighborhood. But until you do, like, those communities don't need your sympathy. Again, they kept saying forced integration when it came to MNPS, and they had a plan. History repeats itself. And here we are today saying those same words, we don't want you in our neighborhood. And again, we just saw the documentary maybe 2 weeks ago, and I think if we're gonna be against the school, which that's your prerogative, I think you gotta understand that community and why we need more options. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll say, because I was the person that said the forced integration, I saw, so the documentary he's referencing is one that Nashville Public Education Foundation put together. It's called By Design, and it frankly talks about how MNPS, classism, and more than anything, racism has separated and segregated families and schools, and how that it feels like it's by design that Black and brown and poor students harm has been done to them academically because of decisions that was made from this city and by privileged individuals in the city. Now, I have a different vantage point. I do see myself as more empathetic because I actually live in a community of color and I'm sending my child to school with his homeless peers. I'm not opting to use my privilege in a way that I think might do harm to them. I'm choosing to make sure that whatever it is that those children need, if their parents who are homeless, who are working 3 jobs like I do, who just don't have capacity to be at PTO meetings because I've woven myself into the threat of MNPS, I'm choosing to send my son to literally the poorest school in Nashville. As soon as I have a couple more dollars to rub together, I plan to move to the Whites Creek area, and all I think about is when it was time for me to go to middle school, my parents sent me to MLK. Years later, I asked them, why didn't you send me to Whites Creek? And they said, well, you didn't realize this, but you had been rezoned to Hillwood, and there was no way that we were going to allow you to be on a bus for 45 minutes to get out to Hillwood from Haynes Manor. And then both my mom and my dad worked in the kind of downtown area. There was no way we were going to be able to get there to go to PTO meetings. There was no way we were going to be able to get there to advocate for you. There was no way we were going to be able to pick you up if you were sick. I mean, it just would have exacerbated our family issues already. And so I think about not the families that don't want my Black son in their school. I'm thinking, or in their neighborhood, I'm thinking about what it feels like as a Black child to leave your neighborhood and be bussed across the city because someone has told you or someone has made your family feel like that is the only option for you. Not that we should further wrap our arms around community members and parents and say, hey, let's increase parent engagement at our most disenfranchised schools. Because a school like Whites Creek, a school like Pearl Cone, a school like Maplewood, those are not bad schools. Those are not bad students. It's that anyone with affluence, influence, or privilege has opted out. And so it's hard for me to sit here and say that we should not consider that we should not be mindful that there are students that no matter what, they will never be able to tap into choice. Now, I completely understand that we had a separate conversation with another charter school just minutes ago, and I understand how that can be convoluted. I really do. I feel like this is a very different story because this is a replication of something that's already happening. There are already so many schools that are high-performing, that are elementary schools, that parents can opt into if it's that they want to see a decrease in their child's behavioral issues. Whatever the thing is that Nashville Class School hangs its hat on, and we know that they do great things. But the idea that I should be made to feel like I should force Black students who have someone that they know is knowledgeable about the system, who can be swayed to send their child to a choice school, that I should be okay with that versus, at the very least, having conversations about how to make their neighborhood school, the school that is around the corner from them, the school that is full of people who look like them in their own neighborhood that their parents have access to readily, instead of making those schools better. Because I'm a single parent, and I think about tonight, I'm going to get home at around 10 o'clock. My 3-year-old, that means he's going to get to bed at about 10:30, maybe 11. What does that look like if I'm a three-job working single parent that has to drive across the city when my son gets sick, when he has a doctor's appointment, when he misses the bus? What does that look like for his educational trajectory of his journey? And so it's interesting that we got 2 different things out of that by design movie, because all I saw was someone made Black people in Nashville feel like we needed to go somewhere else to get a better education. Instead of Black schools being better resourced, it was like, no, just go to another part of the city. North High School, Pearl High School isn't good. Cameron isn't good. You need to go somewhere else. We need to send you across the city and make people feel like we have to force that integration on them versus the integration being better for you. Other thoughts before we call for the vote? Mrs. Tyler?
Yeah, I just wanted to address that keep them out that you were saying. Their application says they want to pull from us. We wouldn't be keeping anybody out. They would be enrolling our own students. That's what they want to do. We're not saying keep anybody out. We're saying our students aren't going to want to attend that school. They've proven it by not going to lead. They've proven it by staying in their zone schools year after year after year. We're not keeping anybody out. And even if they were there, again, they're pulling from us. We would be the them. So I don't know what you think about that. I just, that kind of rubbed me the wrong way just about that they, because, you know, the Whites Creek cluster and District 9 would be they, and we're already there, and we already serve these students, and we already have them as part of our web of support to take care of our community.
Mrs. Bush?
Just for clarification, if this is denied tonight, I know you went over the next steps as far as what happens with the state. So the state commission will take this over, right? Is that what happens? Just for the viewing audience, just so they can understand what happens next. They will, if that happens, if they're denied tonight, they will go in front of the commission. Is that correct?
Well, I put it back on the screen. First, the applicant has to do an appeal. They will have 10 days to appeal the decision to the state.
Mm-hmm.
And then the state commission will have 75 days to respond to that appeal.
Okay. And so with that being said, there's a possibility, because according to, I know there was an academics, that was the only thing that they didn't meet the last time, right? The other components, which was the money and the operations. Finance and operations. The only thing they did not meet was the academics. And this time around, they did meet academics. Is that correct? They did meet?
They met.
Okay, they met.
According to the review team, they met.
Gotcha. So then that means that all three have been met.
Well, it's actually 4. When you
It's
have
4?
a previous
Okay.
school, you also look at past performance.
Okay.
So past performance was met during the original application. So the one section, which was academics, was a meet standard according to the review team findings.
Okay. And then past history with these type of applications, if they are denied and they go through the appeal process, possibly they will get approved by the state with the history of having to meet all criteria when the board denies the application.
Dr. Battle?
Is that?
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Griffin.
Well, I was gonna say-
if you could give the 2 options for.
Yeah. Well, history is not a part of the rubric. Remember, TCA 49-13-108 guides the process when an application is denied. So we got to stay within those areas. And so they really look at the findings in the appeal that the sponsor or applicant submits to the state. So we can't say just history, because findings guide the decision and it's based on what the application, has in it in the rubric.
And I guess what I was getting at, I think from past applications, that when we have denied these applications that do meet, they normally do pass through the state review. So I just kind of want to make sure that we know what we're up against, that possibly District 9 may still get this particular charter in the district. So I just wanted to kind of make that comment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mrs. Poopa Walker?
Just want to say, this is a board that has absolutely ignored the meets what criteria. Like, we consistently deny applications that meet on every criteria. And so what I'm thinking is, like, we need to rethink this process, because we're just going to send all these schools to the state board that meet our criteria, yet we're denying them for other reasons that are not related to the criteria necessarily, right? And so I think as a board, it behooves us to say, is there, and I've said this before, is there a world in which we, as a board, say, yes, this is a charter we universally believe is something that we want to open because of the criteria and the process we have laid out, or do we just need a new process because it's not relevant to our decision making, whether they meet it or not, frankly.
Attorney Roberge and then Dr. Gentry.
The process and the rubric is driven by the State Board of Education and now the Chartering Commission.
Gotcha.
So the board would not have the authority to alter that process and what is being considered and is required to be considered by the State Board of Education.
That's helpful. I kind of forgot that part. I got that. I'm sorry. So I take it back. What I actually do think it's worthy of a conversation, a larger conversation about.
Well, to your point, I will say, and then we'll go to you, Dr. Gentry, that next week we'll be having that conversation with the state board to build those relationships, to humanize Nashville. After that, I'll be meeting with a staff member from the Chartering Commission, and I hope to present the same request, to ask them to just meet with us, to hear from us, to understand, just engage in some dialogue so that we can tell them why it is that we feel like we have so many choice schools that we don't want more. I mean, just to have those kind of humanizing conversations, and then eventually to try to have that same conversation with the state legislature. I don't think this board has ever engaged in relationship building with people that make decisions beyond us. And then we get frustrated, we write open letters, but nothing happens because we haven't built a relationship. Dr. Gentry?
Yeah, so thank you for acknowledging that, Ms. Pupo-Walker. It really is in our process. And so fundamentally, as I said earlier in the previous vote, it was a departure from my norm, but for me, it was aligned with what I've always stated, but what I believe charters should be. And I don't think, and it's a multifaceted deal for me, but if this, for my district, I can't afford it. I can't afford the additional drain. I have had to support the decision for school closures because of low capacity and low enrollment. We're on a path in District 1 through that consolidation, through not only the consolidation of a school physically, but the resources that are associated with those buildings and those students. And so, contrary to what I would say, again, personally, for me, what I believe, contrary to the arguments that were made earlier about Aventura, this is a need that we're capable of meeting, right? We've got a plan. We've got the MNPS Reimagined Plan that's looking to address the challenges and the gaps. I don't think we could ramp up to do what Aventura is positioning itself to do. But we've got a plan to ramp up and improve and strengthen and get stronger in pure academics, in social and emotional supports, in parent and family engagement. That's all documented for us, and that's all we are actively and currently working on. Unfortunately, to Ms. Pupo-Walker's point, that's not part of the rubric, right? So we have to just take the decision that says, what need, what void is this going to fill that I am not currently staffed, resourced, planned to address? And that's the difference for me.
Mrs. Elrod?
I mean, y'all should know that you're singing my song about changing that rubric. I have brought that up so many times.
I want to hear the tune.
I've had that.
Is that on the B side? Is that the B side?
It's on the A side even. I have discussed it so many times with so many people. But if you remember from one of our last retreats where Dr. Griffin came, we had discussions then about what was our ability or possibility to change it. And frankly, the answer was there's not, because of the parameters that were put within by the state. Because again, the state leans this rubric towards opening. That is the want and anticipation, particularly currently, and so it is geared towards that. And you have my support on if we can have that discussion or if we figure out a way. I don't think it exists, but I'm there for us finding it. But to Nashville Classical, again, it is concerning to me that neighborhoods and that the schools around it do not seem to need this space. And it feels very much from either public participation or from historical context, from past schools that have tried to open in that area, to first-person encounter from public participation, and of course, other people that have reached out to us, that there's just not the capacity for it, not just monetarily and taking away from the Whites Creek cluster, which is necessary and important to pay attention to, particularly through our priority of Nashville Reimagined, but also from the Hillwood cluster. I don't think I said on that note the fiscal impact, which again is not part of the rubric, but is something that I always ask about. And so the fiscal impact is about $2.6 million a year at max enrollment. And so considering their slow enrollment process, it's $19.4 million over the span of their contract. Once again, considering their 5 growth years. Again, those are positions and people and money that we could use in our other schools, which I know is an ongoing conversation and something that we belabored as well in April on kind of what is that conversation. But specific to Nashville Classical, it does appear that it is not needed or wanted or necessary in this area. I know that they have a push for growth, and that they were forthcoming with us in April about how they want to open not only this school, but also a third school. And so my suggestion would be that this is not a fit for this area, and it is not fit within the needs of MNPS.
All right, any other discussion? All right, Mr. Little, would you restate your motion?
I make a motion to approve Nashville Classical in CS2 based on the academic achievements, based on their T and Ready scores, about the amount of diversity of parents who support the school. Lastly, by the language, as Dr. Griffin said, a highly qualified charter review committee, as it rated it all as meet standards.
All right, and it has been properly seconded. All in favor, please raise your hand. We have 2. All right, all opposed? Any abstaining? We have 1. All right, motion fails. I'll entertain a new motion. Mrs. Tyler?
I move to deny Nashville Classical because they have not provided enough evidence that they can enroll enough students at their proposed location to stay open long-term. The charter review team maintains their previous concerns about enrollment and location. Nashville Classical has not articulated how they would be different from the last successful charter network, Lead Academy, who opened in the same location and had to close due to low enrollment. And despite support from businesses and nonprofits, they have not provided evidence of any meaningful support from the actual families in District 9 who have children old enough to attend.
All right, it's been moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, before we call the vote, I will just say we did hear from a number of parents tonight, but I want to make sure that those parents know that we're not looking to close the current location. We're not looking to close Nashville Classical that they love in East Nashville, Nashville Classical that is down the street from them in East Nashville, Nashville Classical that they support or that they send their children to already in East Nashville. Is that we're making an argument that we should not open a second location in a neighborhood that is far away from the students that are looking to be drawn to that school. All right, with that, we've had the motion and the second. If you agree, please raise your hand. All right, all opposed? Any abstentions? We have 1. All right, the motion passes. We'll now move on to Director's Report. Thank you, Dr. Griffin, or thank you, Dr. Battle, and Dr. Griffin and staff. Go ahead.
Just have to say, we will notify each school of the school board's decision on tomorrow, July 14th. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome to the new director. Welcome, welcome. All right.
Excited.
First night.
Come on, say it.
All right, and Dr. Battle for Director's Report.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Buggs and board members, and good evening to everyone who is here with us tonight or who may be watching tonight. Before I jump into my Director's Report, I just want to make a quick comment. First, to our students, we just wrapped up our Promising Scholars just a few days ago. Just acknowledging you. We see you, I adore you. Of course, as you know, I was one of you as an MNPS student, and please know that we are serious on our charge of every student being known, because we know you deserve to be on a path to success. And to your parents and guardians and your advocates all across the city, we thank you for your commitment and collaborative spirit around that work as well as to our business leaders, to our community leaders who advocate on behalf of public education on a daily basis, because our students they're why we do what we do every single day. But because our language matters, I also want to take an opportunity to acknowledge our MNPS staff, our team MNPS. Ms. Masters said it earlier, we have a district full of highly qualified staff members, our teachers, our support staff, all across the district. And I had an opportunity to be with our principals earlier today. One thing I committed to them was that no matter what seat I was sitting in, I would continue to be shoulder to shoulder with them every day, and reminding myself that I'm a teacher first. And I think that's important to always recognize and align the work that we do every single day. But our language matters. So I want, whether you're here or if you're watching, for our team, we see you as well. We appreciate all that you have done, you continue to do. You continue to run through brick walls every day on behalf of our students. And I personally don't question any day your passion, your commitment for and advocacy for every MNPS student. Students, we cannot wait to see you on August 10th. Your school teams are working hard to prepare because they care about you, and they want the best for every MNPS student. But just like our students, I wanted to say to our staff, we see you as well, we value you, and we appreciate the work that you do without any question about your commitment and your excellence and your expertise and the profession you've chosen to support our students across the city. Before I do anything else, I want to give a quick recap of our Promising Scholars Summer Program, which ran for 4 weeks and ended on July 2nd. This was our largest summer program ever, and it helped more than 16,000 students catch up on their learning, work on credit recovery, or just get comfortable in an in-person school setting before the new school year begins in a few weeks. This was an academically enriching and fun experience for our students. Thank you once again. I think this also represents an align to how I opened, to all of our members of Team MNPS who made Promising Scholars possible with your planning, your creativity, and all of your hard work. And engaging with directors all across the state and all across the country, it was a concern for us if our teachers would be up to it, if they would remain committed that additional 4 weeks into the summer to do what's best for our students. And our MNPS staff did it without question. And so I appreciate that. And students and families, I appreciate your commitment to our Promising Scholars work as well. Now I'd like to give a few updates as we start moving toward the start of the new year on August 10th. First, I'd like to take a moment to recognize some of the key leaders we're bringing on in our school this coming year. Debbie Booker is transitioning from her role as interim principal at the Academy of Old Cockerell and will be the school's executive principal for the 21-22 school year. Prior to serving the past year at Old Cockerell, Ms. Booker was executive principal for the Cone Learning Center from 2012 to 2020. So again, she will be transitioning from her interim role into the permanent executive principal of the Academy of Old Cockerell. Congratulations to her. Dr. Marlon Heaston comes to McKissick Middle School from the Clarksville-Montgomery County School System, where he served the past 6 years, as principal of Kenwood Middle School. And so we're really excited about him transitioning in and leading the McKissick community forward over the next current year for years to come. Ashley Jackson comes to Gateway from Schwab Elementary, where she has been an assistant principal for the past 2 years. Prior to her work at Schwab, she was a dean of instruction at Goodlettsville Middle and previously served as a music teacher and an advanced academic resource teacher. We would also like to welcome Dr. Jeremy Riggs, who is returning to Metro Nashville Public Schools as the new principal of John Early Museum Magnet School. Dr. Riggs is a former MNPS teacher who has spent the past several years as a teacher and administrator in Chicago. Dr. Ashley Thomas is the new principal of Park Avenue Elementary. Dr. Thomas is not new to Park Avenue, having served as a classroom teacher there from 2009 to 2014. She returns to Park Avenue from Isaiah T. Creswell School of the Arts, where she was an assistant principal for the past 5 years. Dr. Rhiannon Wilson is an MNPS graduate who brings 20 years of experience and extensive background in early childhood education as a classroom teacher, instructional specialist, pre-K instructional coach, and pre-K program specialist for the district. She will be joining Avenetta H. Davis Early Learning Center, and most recently she served for the past 3 years as assistant principal of Tom Joy Elementary. And finally, as many of you know, at the end of the school year, we said goodbye to Steve Ball, our Executive Director of Elementary School Support, who has been a great leader in our district for many years and set a great example as an Executive Director and Principal Coach. We're excited, though, to welcome Priscilla Cole to our district to fill this school support role. Most recently, Ms. Cole served as a principal at Dunwoody High School in DeKalb County, Georgia, and has worked in a variety of roles in Georgia public schools throughout her career. We're glad to have a fresh set of eyes and new perspective joining this already great executive director team led by Dr. Mason Bellamy. So congratulations and welcome to those new leaders coming in to lead our students forward. Now, I want to go over some key updates and reminders. As part of our Metro Schools Reimagine work, we are starting the alignment of 5th grade from middle school into elementary school, starting first with the Whites Creek cluster, Maplewood, and Pearl Cone clusters this year. We'll be following that up with Stratford, McGavick, and Hunters Lane in the 22-23 school year. We are still reviewing the final order for realignment in the remaining clusters and magnet schools, looking at facility utilization, our equity matrix, and capital needs to make those determinations to onboard the South clusters as soon as feasible. Also this school year, we'll be adjusting the start times at John Early, Magnet Middle, and McKissick Middle to align with the rest of the middle schools. They'll be starting 20 minutes earlier at 8:55 a.m. and dismissing at 3:55 p.m. As we did last year, all student meals will be provided at no cost, regardless of a school CEP status or whether a family qualifies for free or reduced lunch. This option is available to us because the USDA has extended the Seamless Summer Options Program and Area Eligibility Waiver through June 30, 2020. This is a great way to ensure that all students are able to get a nutritious meal regardless of their family's ability to pay or eligibility for the free and reduced lunch program. As we start the school year, we'll be implementing a new ELA curriculum throughout the district, and our teachers have been taking the time this summer to take advantage of professional development opportunities meant to increase their awareness and familiarity with the curriculum. The feedback has been tremendous thus far from those training experiences. This is in addition to the Reading 360 events going on and promoted by the state of Tennessee to enhance teaching skills related to phonics. So again, we'll be rolling out the new ELA curriculum, and our teachers will continue to engage in professional learning in preparation for the start of the school year. This year, we're also planning to launch the school year right with a pencil-sponsored event called Together for Teachers. You might remember this event from years past. It will be an opportunity for our teachers to come together before the first day back and get those great pencil supplies in their bags while catching up with friends and colleagues from around the district. So be on the lookout for more information regarding that soon. I wanted to remind the board and those watching at home about some of the great things we're going to be able to do this year, thanks to the historic $84 million investment made by Mayor Cooper and the Metro Council into Metro Nashville Public Schools. Again, I was with our principals this morning, and I was so excited. I kept saying to them, I'm sure y'all can feel it, you can hear it. I'm really excited about what we will be able to accomplish together for this next academic year. This year, again, we cannot stop celebrating this. We'll have the best paid educators in the state at all years of service thanks to the compensation plan that was championed and funded by Mayor Cooper. Additionally, all eligible employees have received a step increase this fiscal year. Our support staff and certificated administration received a 2% cost of living adjustment, and instructional support staff are receiving 7 additional paid days this summer for professional development. The city's investment also means we'll be able to open advocacy centers in all our elementary schools and adding 7 new school psychologists. These additions will play key roles in giving students the supports they need to process their emotions and learn to find nonviolent, constructive ways to deal with their frustrations and challenges in school and in life. We are also now able to expand our advanced academics work. We'll be expanding access around advanced placement, around dual enrollment, dual credit, and for the first time, work-based learning experiences for all of our students. Finally, we were able to send $24 million directly to schools from our second round of ESSER funding. Now we're getting ready for ESSER 3.0 with a community engagement process ramping up to start in the next few weeks to create a greater understanding of how we'll leverage these funds to support academic growth of our students and receive meaningful input to guide our work as a district. Now, as we head into the new year, I want to give everyone a quick reminder of where we're headed and of our continued plans for MNPS. Our North Star is to establish Metro Nashville Public Schools as the premier large school district in Tennessee and beyond. In many ways, we have demonstrated that MNPS is a district on the move and the district to watch. We led the way in how to support students during virtual learning through Navigators, a first-of-its-kind program. Again, we cannot minimize a collaborative effort to become a one-to-one district with one technology device per student. This is a significant step towards equity that we will continue to push teaching and learning to greater heights. And of course, there's all the innovation that is happening across the district in response to this constant state of change. All of this feeds into our work to ensure that every student is known and on a path towards success. I'm confident that with our North Star to guide us, there is no limit to what we can do together for Nashville students and families. And then briefly, I just want to remind us again, because this is critical work around our plan of how we're responding to what we knew prior to the pandemic, what we've learned during the pandemic, and setting newer and higher expectations for our students. Our work is grounded in our why around our core tenets. These are not unfamiliar to us. We will continue our work around our core tenets and establishing our why every single day. Next slide, please. We know that those core tenets are aligned to what we expect for all of our students. So we will continue with rigorous expectations for our students in the areas we'll be monitoring all things that related to our growth and achievement of our students, but we will have focused outcomes continue to be established around literacy, numeracy, social emotional learning, and for transitions. We have also created these one-pagers that will be helpful and useful as we continue on into the new academic year that outlines explicitly our expectations for all students at every grade level. Remember, this is about every student being known. You see those on this slide. Again, we've broken them down by grades pre-K through 4, grades 5. On the next slide, you'll see grades 6 through 8, grades 9 and 10, and on the final slide here of the one-pagers, grades 11 through 12. All of this information is easily accessible as well on our website. We want everyone to be equipped with this information because it will be aligned to the work in our personalized student dashboard. And then lastly, you see those focused outcomes surrounded by our 14 signature initiatives, which will be continuing into next school year. We are wrapping up our final analysis of where we are with those focused outcomes, and we'll be sharing that update with the board fairly soon. We will be resetting some of the outcomes, expected outcomes for these signature initiatives. For example, one of our signature initiatives was around high dosage tutoring. Last year's goal was to make sure that we touched about 500 students with our high dosage tutoring, and we are setting a very rigorous goal for this academic year to touch at least 5,000 or more students with our high dosage tutoring model. We were really focused on making sure it was gold standard and that it would yield the results that we wanted to see for our students, and so we've learned a lot. We've seen some great gains from that, and so we will be scaling that up across the district as we move through and into next school year. Now, on the minds of a lot of staff, families, and students are COVID policies going into the 21-22 school year. After reviewing our experiences over the course of the last school year, our Promising Scholars program, the context around the state and Davidson County, I've worked with our team and additional health experts to develop what I hope are some common sense protocols to keep our students safe, while also understanding that the situation has changed quite a bit since we adopted our policies this time last year. I also would like to just recall to everyone that it was just a few days ago, last Friday, as a matter of fact, when we received updated guidance from the CDC. And so we've been working hard since then, making sure that all of our guidance would align to what those guidelines are and also align to our local context as we prepare for the start of the 21-22 school year. So I'll go over some of the more frequently discussed topics, and we'll be rolling out more complete guidance to principals and families later this week as we prepare for the start of school again on August 10th. As we know, social distancing is an important mitigation strategy, but one that isn't always possible in our schools due to the higher student-to-teacher ratios and the design of the buildings. Our guidance to schools is similar to what it was last school year, which is to create social distance inside and outside of classrooms to the greatest extent possible when feasible. In classrooms, if 3 feet of distance is possible, that is the distance recommended by the CDC guidelines. When not possible, clustering students into groups can help with contact tracing. When it comes to large events, outdoors is usually the safest relative to COVID-19, but schools should also consider their ability to social distance when planning indoor events or activities. Again, grouping students to minimizing close contacts out of homerooms or pods is a best practice to support contact tracing in the event there is a positive case of COVID-19. Contact tracing. We know that it is an important mitigation strategy to control potential outbreaks within schools. Our school nurses did a great job of this last school year, and they will continue to offer this support in the upcoming school year. One change in the fall is going to be who qualifies as a close contact based on CDC guidelines. Previously, anyone within 6 feet for 15 minutes or more over a 24-hour period was deemed a close contact, whether they were wearing a mask or not. Now, under the new guidelines, if a student is within 3 to 6 feet of another who is positive, they won't be required to quarantine if both are wearing masks. Additionally, those who are vaccinated are not required to quarantine unless they present symptoms of COVID-19. Dr. Bellamy and our academics and schools team have been working on plans for continuity of learning in the event that a student has to self-isolate or quarantine based on the new TDOE guidelines. So we will be prepared for that, and our schools will be equipped with what they need in order to continue to support students instructionally if there is a quarantining situation. As we start the school year, our school nurses will be trained and equipped to provide COVID rapid tests to any students or staff who have provided consent forms and present symptoms of COVID-19. These permission forms are included in the student parent handbook. At this time, we are not planning to do random testing, similar to what we did with Mahara this last school year, but we can reassess as necessary. If we do decide this is necessary and we have a significant level of buy-in from parents, we would undergo an RFP process to determine an appropriate outside provider to support and assist in this effort. In the interest of health and safety, we're going to continue to limit visitors to our schools for now, though we will be allowing more types of visitors than we did last spring. These will include mentors, tutors, advisors, and others offering direct classroom support. We'll also allow our facilities to be used by outside groups when classes are not in session. And we will continue to encourage everyone who comes into our buildings to wear masks, which leads to my final update. So finally, we reviewed the latest medical guidance from the CDC and other sources and still believe that masks are an important tool in the reduction of the spread of COVID-19. And our students and staff will be highly encouraged to continue wearing them at the start of the year. But that will be the choice of the individual or their parents, and masks will not be mandated or result in an infraction if not worn. At the state and local levels, mask requirements have been eliminated for several months. Current CDC guidance is that individuals who are vaccinated do not have to wear masks indoors or outdoors. All students and staff ages 12 and older have been eligible to be fully vaccinated for several weeks or months through private and public vaccination clinics. Vaccine trials are still ongoing for children 12 and under. For any student or staff member who is not vaccinated, we would strongly encourage them to wear their masks while indoors, especially for those who have underlying health conditions or who are under the age of 12. Also, as mentioned previously, the updated guidance from the CDC on who constitutes a close contact now takes into consideration whether the students were wearing masks consistently and correctly, which is all the more reason why it is highly encouraged. To be clear, though, we will continue to monitor community transmission rates and cases throughout our schools. If we see the need to move to a mask requirement, we may very well do so if the data indicates it is necessary to protect the health and well-being of our students, our staff, and their families. So Chair Buggs, that concludes my report. Thank you for your time, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. We don't have anything to vote on. Any discussion or questions for Dr. Battle? Mrs. Player-Peters?
It's not a question, but it's more of a comment.
Masters, and then Mrs. Elrod. No, you're fine. Go ahead.
It's more of a comment of, I know I wouldn't say it last time, but I think one of our meetings got cut short, but really just kind of talk to just a hell of a year it has been, and the fact that your team, your staff had the foresight to do the Promising Scholar prior to the state. I'm getting weird feedback. Prior to the state mandate to do it, but the fact that what the seniors had to go through with their last year, building on last year, and then with the staff, and particularly the teachers and parents, this really, as we go into the new year, and we're kind of somewhat resetting to a weird normalcy or a new normalcy, or however you want to discuss it, that we kind of begin to even reset how we think about our district and our schools. I know there's a lot of comments made tonight about the schools, but given that we went through a whole lot, we suffered to a certain level some type of institutional trauma, of just tornadoes and pandemics and adaptations, and realizing the effects that it's going to have on our children, both emotionally and academically, that we just need to be thoughtful that things that we had in place had to be put on pause, things we wanted to move, the speed, more importantly, the speed of implementation we wanted to move, we could not do that because we were trying to survive a pandemic. And I think it's something as we move forward, how do we make up for what we can with lost time? If you can make up for lost time, but really just be thoughtful of how we really engage with district schools, even charters and things like that, of how we kind of reset the conversation of that we're all trying to do something. We're trying to reinforce our district schools. We're trying to build our district schools. We have, I think, reset us as a board, governmentally, with the mayor's office, with the council, our engagement, how we interact with one another. I think that has totally reset the conversation of how we think of education. And I just want us to think, as we come out of this pandemic and what we have suffered out of the pandemic, that we were able to look through with new and fresh lenses, that even our children, our staff have suffered a lot. They are resilient. And I think we have to really mention the resilience of our children and our adults, and what they can do and what they can achieve once we kind of reset to the new normal, whatever that looks like. And so there still need to be a high level of accountability. I'm not trying to skirt that from any way, but I think we also have to give everyone a little bit of grace as we go into the new thing about what the standards are, how we achieve those standards, how we judge those standards, and more importantly, how we grow. I think we need to go to, we're not going to achieve the proficiency levels we want overnight, because they didn't happen overnight. But are we growing to the place where we want to be and where we need to be? And as we think of the way we have reset the budget, first time, praise God, we did not have to cut anything. And the way we're investing in new things, that we now come to a place of resilience, and we encourage resilience, build resilience, and acknowledge resilience. Acknowledge our kids have been resilient through a hell of a year that started even the previous academic year. And so as we talk to parents, as we engage parents, as we try to recover emotionally and get our energy levels back to where they need to be, I think we need to really start thinking about how do we come from resilience to success, and how we have those conversations. I know parents have been very frustrated from past histories that we've had with districts, but realizing there's literally new leadership as director of schools. Half of this board has really been reset. I think we have a more cohesive board than we have in the past. And how can we use that to really lead and change the culture, the tone, the tenor, and that we really speak into success for our district?
Thank you. And I would be remiss if I didn't say this, Dr. Battle. I told you earlier, like, I sometimes forget that you're human because you are just so professional. I mean, you just exude this professionalism, this intelligence, this wisdom, this care for people, this empathy, that I sometimes have to remind myself that you have other titles that you wear. Wife, mom, person, woman, Black woman, mother. I mean, and I will say, my son is 3. I could have waited a year, 2, maybe even 3 before I put him in MNPS, but I chose to put him in this year because I trust you and I trust your staff. And we did a great job of having a more student-focused conversation around this table than we typically had in the past, but we don't do a good job of reminding you and your staff that we see you, that you are fighting decades of underfunding, of issues, of being made to feel like, this profession is not one that should be held the way that it should, that is, we just don't treat educators the way we should. And so when you started your report saying that, you are an educator, I see that in you because I see the way you talk to your staff. I see the way you treat them like professionals. I see the way you move them up and you motivate them, that you are trying to grow them. And I don't think we as a community, and even sometimes, frankly, we as a board, don't do a great job of reminding ourselves and then reminding you that we see you, that we do appreciate you and your staff, and we don't have a whole lot of educator-first conversations, but MNPS would not be MNPS without staff, without educators, without people who went to school to do a myriad of things to make sure they support students and families. Students are our #1 focus, but they would not have content knowledge, they wouldn't have experts, they wouldn't be safe, they wouldn't have security if they wouldn't have clean buildings. I mean, they wouldn't have food if it were not for our staff. And so I think, I don't know about anyone else, but I felt the emotion coming from you, and we haven't told you that in a while. So just thank you, thank you, thank you. Mrs. Tyler, Mrs. Elrod, and then anyone else who has I'm so sorry, I meant Mrs. Masters, Mrs. Elrod.
Questions. Do we know yet how many kids we were able to graduate this summer after the credit recovery?
Though we are working on those numbers, what we do know, we do have summer graduations coming up soon, so we're finalizing transcripts and we'll have that number to you soon. What we do know is that we've nearly doubled the number of credits that were recovered this summer. So that is great news, which means more of our students are on track to graduate or back on track to graduate with their cohort of students. So a celebration indeed.
That is fantastic. Thank you. I was just curious. Okay, I have a couple more questions. I'll go fast. I'm getting there. So when we're talking about visitors being allowed in the school for educational purposes, will that include parent volunteers, classroom volunteers who are invited by the teachers to come and help in some capacity?
It will include anyone who is providing a direct support to students. So if it's tutoring, if it's side-by-side lesson delivery, anything that has to do with or benefit our students instructionally with their supports, that will be permitted and allowed in our schools.
It doesn't necessarily need to be through a vendor, or it can be sort of just the more traditional individual volunteer type thing that is solicited by the individual school. Does that make sense?
Yes, are you saying it doesn't have to be through pencil or through?
Well, I used to go to Miss Hickey's classroom when my kid was in kindergarten and put things together. I was allowed to use a laminator sometimes, which was kind of exciting. So would that type of a volunteer be allowed in classrooms? Again?
Yes, I think if you reference...
I never heard anyone with it.
So if you are referencing slide 18, again, examples include like a mentor, a tutor, classroom support for our students to advance the purpose of the lesson, advisors for our students. Again, direct support. We will encourage still mask wearing in those scenarios because we won't be able to keep track of who's vaccinated or not. So that will be encouraged, but we want to make sure that our students have full access to direct instructional support as needed, like they would receive in a normal school year.
Cool. Okay. And then the other one about facilities used by third parties when students are not in classes, I'm assuming that means like school support organizations, like PTOs, can resume having on-site meetings, just not during the school day. So not the sort of, like I know I was at a school once where we used to drop our kids off and then go to the cafeteria and have the meeting. That's a no-no, but we could have an after-school meeting when they're not?
That's correct. When students are not present, the majority of the requests we receive typically come through our facility use process. In most scenarios, they were already when school was out, which would still equate to when schools are not in their regular session. Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Cool, okay. And then the only other one, the strongly recommended mask wearing for those who are not vaccinated. I mean, that essentially includes every child in elementary school at this point. So I'm just wondering at what, and I'll admit, when the new CDC guidelines came out, I kind of had this moment of like, oh my gosh, have y'all ever been in a school? Because it just doesn't cover all the scenarios. So I am wondering, at what point would we feel, if there's a rise in cases in the community, at what point would we go from the very strongly recommended for everyone not vaccinated to, hey, elementary school, you need to wear masks because we know you're not vaxxed?
Yeah, great question. Here's the good news. While our COVID-19 city task force is not operating in the manner fully that they were prior, we have continued our communications and our planning sessions with our local health experts, including our health department and those individuals who are part of the task force. So we're continuing those conversations both with our external partners and internally to monitor where we are with our local context, with our data, if there's spikes, the number of cases per 100 residents. The data is not released exactly like it was when we were seeing more of a spike in the number of cases or the overall number of cases, but we continue to have those conversations to monitor our progress. And we'll continue to work closely with our health experts to make a determination if we need to go a different direction.
Great, and I think it's just really important, I don't think we can say it enough, that strongly encouraged and that the quarantining requirements around contact are much less stringent if masks have been worn. And so that's a message I know I will be sharing throughout District 3, is that we can really reduce potential quarantines among especially those elementary school kids if they wear their masks when they are indoors and in close contact. Thank you for answering my questions.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mrs. Elrod?
Thank you. I'm trying to go through my questions because I don't want to duplicate. The biggest question I think that we're going to receive about visitors is frankly the first day of school and what happens on that day. I understand that that's a month away, and so that decision is maybe still in flux. How are we planning on messaging that to families to make sure that they're able to, I guess, best prepare, particularly for our kindergarten students, as that was commonly the biggest population of people that were upset last year, understandably, I guess. But how are we going to be messaging that to them, and how much advance notice are we going to be providing?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So as a reminder, this is our only board meeting in July, so we want to be timely in our communication. We have also communicated to our school teams that we will send out full communications with additional details for them by the end of this week. We'll also be communicating to our families and stakeholders about where we are and to be on the lookout for the plans from their specific schools. So this advance notice gives our schools an opportunity to plan in a different way from last school year, all right? I mean, last school year, we actually opened it in a virtual setting, and when we did open, we were still in a critical space around our COVID numbers. But it'll give our school teams, equip them with the information they need so that they can plan engagement opportunities with our parents, given the impact that it will have on the first day of school. So we will start that communication loop now. We'll start that this week, and we'll be ramping up those communications up until the first day of school.
Okay. I want to make sure that I understood that correctly. It's not going to be possible that some schools will allow first day visitors and other schools will.
That's correct.
Okay. And then for the contact tracing, I want to make sure that I understand that phrasing correctly as well. It's if you wear a mask consistently and correctly, when deciding on if you have to be affected by quarantine, and that's no matter what grade, even considering all of our elementary age students are not vaccinated.
The only difference is if you're vaccinated, you're clear, mask or not. If you're vaccinated, then you're clear from quarantining. Otherwise, if you have on a mask, it could mitigate the need for you to have to quarantine.
Okay. And are our teachers or the school nurse in charge of deciding if they consistently and correctly wear that mask?
That will be through our contact tracing with our school nurses, who will go through their checklist of questions and expectations. They might have to work collaboratively with the classroom teacher for some checking and monitoring about where our students were, if they had on masks, if they were wearing it properly, how many reminders. But our nurses will lead the actual contact tracing efforts.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or thoughts? All right, we'll begin with Dr. Gentry for announcements.
I'm sure I had like 1,000 of them last time. But anyway, yeah, so I do want to also thank Dr. Battle, and I've said this to you before. I appreciate the thoughtfulness and the strategic way in which you approach the very tough decisions that you got smacked in the face with. It started with a tornado in all your time here. And again, your passion for what you do and the passion for the people with whom you get the honor of doing it with really does come across in your presentation. So I want you to know that we hurt with you when things are hurled towards this board table. Nobody's dodging any of that, okay? And we're gonna all get hit in the face together. I'm gonna say something about that too in just a minute. So big shout out to all the teachers and their time they got to spend, the extra time they got to spend with students over the summer. I just want you to know that your commitment to helping our students start to regain and get back on that path to success and greatness that we know they're all capable of is greatly, greatly appreciated. I think I would be a little bit remiss. I just want to share 3 numbers with you: 94, 89, and 97. Anybody want to take a brief guess at what those 3 numbers represent? That was my heart rate during public participation. Literally, I checked my watch. So, you know, when I hear the sometimes insane rhetoric around critical race theory, I go from being befuddled to blatantly pissed to just stunned, and not into silence, but just enraged around what's behind it all, right? Just what is behind it all. And it's so interesting having heard all of the topics all kind of do this, right? So we've got people who believe that we're talking about things that we shouldn't talk about to students who are seeing it every day. Someone used the phrase dark, and the first thing that popped into my mind was Billie Eilish. I mean, come on, talking about suicidal ideation right there in a couple of her songs that our kids are listening to. I do have to say, I do appreciate the quoting of Apostle Paul versus MLK and John Lewis to justify being against critical race theory. That was a refreshing moment for me. The thought that critical race theory somehow contributes to, or there's something in Wit and Wisdom that glorifies out-of-marriage families. Was that the phrase? Did I get that right? I wrote it down. Out-of-marriage families. I just want you to know I'm a product of an out-of-marriage family. And so I think we turn out okay. What you say? What you think?
Well, I was born in wedlock, but my kid wasn't, so I
think we're good. I think we're good. I really do. I really do think we're good. And I want people, so then you have, a bunch of parents yelling about what we're not doing for every individual student. And, I wrote down this phrase, every me is not the same. right? So just like we know that every student is getting this personalized, every student known understanding, starting with the data. We have to start with the data before we can create a plan to address what the data is telling us. And so we understand that those two things are directly connected, and it's an outcropping of what will naturally happen when data coaches and principals and building level leaders sit down and look at that information. They'll understand what the needs of that individual child actually is. So I only have to keep thinking that, first of all, I really wish that all of these folks were here when we had the same kind of outrage when we heard about teachers teaching slavery by having students act it out. And it's always ironic which student got to be the slave during their idea of how we're going to teach critical race theory. I think it was their version of critical race theory. So I know this sounds random, and I can feel Gina like, girl, get to the point. So, again, I was also irritated by, just amazing. Again, people come in and they say a whole lot, and then they run out for the press moment or the interview, and we don't get to respond. Although I almost just jumped right in there. But I told Dr. Springer that I was going to say something, and she's like, "Well, they're not in here." And I said, "Well, I'm gonna go out there and get them." And Dr. Bellamy was like, "I dare you." And so I went. Just kidding. He did not. But I did go out there looking for them. But they weren't interested in coming back. And so I have to wonder, right, everything that this teaches us, when you hear this kind of resistance to something so, what you believe is just right and so logical, right? Every other area of science and everything, everybody wants to know why. We applaud children when they're curious about the why. And yet when we want to share the why behind how of what all the data tells us. Like, this directly links to the data that we're seeing about Black and brown kids in our classroom. And so again, when you're yelling at me about, on the one hand, being how shameful it is, we've got third graders who can't read, you don't want me to address the legislature and the laws and the decisions that get made at state and federal levels that exacerbate that problem and continue to exacerbate those outcomes, whether they're academic or socioeconomic. We have legislation that continues to hide behind the ignorance of not being transparent about the conversation and the causes and the historical contribution. So again, it just leads me to thinking there must be some fear associated with not wanting this story told, right? Think about the things that, it's probably just me that did something they weren't supposed to do as a child. And the fear of someone finding out how you contributed to something that was broken or something that was missing, something that was lost, something that was stolen. And so to be transparent about that and to fear that transparency, it leads me to think, well, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid that this knowledge will embolden and empower a population of people who have been disenfranchised and minimalized and marginalized and just completely ignored for decades? Are you afraid that if we have conversations about fluidity and gender, is that what's the other phrase I caught? And other types of families and other types of lifestyles, that your children will become allies at an earlier age than trying to be allies as adults? Because they'll better understand that I don't care what you say about this student who sits across from me, she's just a really good double Dutch jumper. That's all I know about her. And so what hit me was this opportunity that we have as a board, because the one other thing that stuck with me was the teacher that got up and asked us, well, what are you going to do to protect us? Because you think we should be talking about it. We think we should be talking about it. So how do we protect us? And I remember when DACA was the thing, and this board passed a resolution that says, in spite of what the federal government says about your ability and your right to continue your education after committing and dedicating yourself to studies and learning and exposure for 12, 13 years, we're going to deny you the ability to go beyond that. And this board stepped up and says that we got you. We support you. We're going to do whatever it takes. We're going to be a part of these conversations. We're going to promote the legislation. We're going to be against everything that's stopping you from this dream that you have. And this dream that you're willing, and have already demonstrated over 13 years, that you're willing to put the time in and the work in to pursue. So I join in asking the question, well, what are we going to do? as a board? Are we willing to then defend and protect and stand behind the teacher who answers the question honestly about, well, why was Ruby Bridges denied the right to go to school? Why was there a need for a civil rights movement in Nashville? What's the big deal about reopening a Woolworth here in Nashville? So again, I think we have some work to do. I don't know if it's a resolution. You know, I have my feelings about resolutions, but hey, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes.
Just do it.
Huh?
Just do it anyway.
Just do it
Sorry,
anyway.
Sharon.
So I think that we need to really stay the course on this and understand that this is one of, I don't know how many fights we've poked the bear about between us and the State Department of Education. But we cannot continue to hunch our shoulders or pretend that we don't understand why the data academically, socially, and economically in a Davidson County, in a Tennessee, in this country, looks the way it looks, and how and why it so ironically aligns with people of color.
Thank you. Mrs. Poopa Walker.
I want to start by saying congrats to Hillsborough IB students, 88% pass rate on all the IB stuff, despite being home almost all year, some of them all year, really proud of that. Second, I don't care what the Tennessee Department of Health says, vaccinate your children. Get your children vaccinated. Vaccinate if you haven't been vaccinated. That's what we need to be doing. So I will echo Sharon's comments. I have gotten some really alarming messages and texts from people who want us to put cameras in teachers' classrooms, want us to police teachers' speech. Some of them, not the people who reached out to me, but there were people here tonight. And so I am 100% with Sharon on we have to protect our teachers. Our teachers are going to be the ones that are going to be attacked and questioned and judged, and we have to figure out what the message is here to defend our curriculum, our instruction, our practices, our staff. I will take the hits. I will take the, whatever it is, if we can carry the load so that they can do what they need to do, because it's just not ending. It's not going anywhere. And we have nothing to be ashamed of. We have nothing to hide from. We are proud of we have evidence-based practices. We have a process to select curriculum. We have teachers that are well-trained. We have nothing to be ashamed of. I think we have to stand up and say we absolutely support our teachers. And I am willing to be on the front line. I mean, I just am really worried about the language. The language is scary. They're accusing our teachers of terrible things, and so we just have to be on our game. So my heart is with our staff. My heart is with parents who actually think our teachers are up to no good. Like, how did we get there, right? And of course, all of the who gets to tell the story of America, right? Mm-hmm. Who gets to tell the story of Ruby Bridges' book is her autobiography. It is a first-person narrative. It is not like some interpretation. It is her interpretation. We have to be able to defend really well defend the decisions to continue to teach those things. And so I'm with you. We have to be really smart about it and stay the course. So.
Thank you. Mrs. Bush?
Yes, maybe I can do some cheerleading. Everybody say July 31st. Can I hear you? July 31st.
July 31st.
July 31st.
July 31st. Come on, July 31st. July 31st, I will be hosting, along with Stronger Than My Father. It's a nonprofit organization that supports our students in District 6 with before and after school care and academic support. So we are going to have a back-to-school celebration, yay, for our students, and it's going to be from 10 to 2 at the Southeast Community Center. We're going to have entertainment. We have our very own Antioch High School drum line and their cheerleaders that are going to be attending, along with Cane Ridge football players. We have various schools in the districts that's going to be attending the event as vendors. And we're going to be giving out the most important thing, and that's 1,000+ backpacks and school supplies to send off make sure our kids are prepared for school on August 10th, and I'm very, very excited about that. So I just wanted to make sure that I made that announcement. And for the viewing audience, if you need more information, go to strongerthanmyfather.org. You can volunteer, you can still donate, and we're really excited about this event. So come on out, and we're going to have food, and we're going to have vendors, and we're also going to give out more prizes. So that's my announcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Little?
All right, want to bring attention, and I'll put it on my page, but the Focus on Features event sponsored by the Tennessee Department of Education. It'll be July 15th. It'll be virtual. Want to give a big shout out to all the staff members. What's that? Oh, sorry. Want to give a big shout out to all the staff members in the McGavick cluster. As you look online, as you hear from teachers, everybody's going back this week for professional development as we get ready for August the 10th. So sending all the good vibes that way. A great program that I just got light of from a congressional office around the child tax credit program, which gives up to $1,800 depending on the age for parents, depending on how they qualify. So I want to put that out. Hope we can put it out as a district. I know the PEBT was a big hit amongst our families. One announcement, Patrick Dorson, who I had the opportunity to hear play at McGavick, just graduated this year. He was just accepted into a renowned arts camp. So I'll be putting that on my page as well. But this guy's a wonderful musician, a little tired, and really served McGavick well. And then last but not least, Juvenile Detention Center, they have their graduation this Thursday at 11 o'clock. I'll invite our board members. I'll send the invitation. This is more non-traditional, but as I look at it's 3 kids who are graduating, I think it'll put joy on their hearts if people had a chance to show up and cheer them on. But I'll send it out to all the board members. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Elrod?
Thank you. All right, I first want to announce that MNPS, along with Nashville Health and Nashville Diaper Connection, are going to be hosting middle school immunization and COVID vaccine events. District 2's McMurray Middle is on Friday, and it's from 2 to 5. All locations are from 2 to 5 p.m., but to make sure that I don't just focus on District 2, Wednesday, tomorrow, is Jerry Baxter. Thursday is McKissick. Friday is McMurray. Wednesday, July 21st is Madison Middle. Thursday, July 22nd is Kennedy Middle. And Friday, July 23rd is Thurgood Middle School. It's important to know that your 7th graders, can get the vaccines that they need for their school. And then obviously the Pfizer COVID vaccine will be available if they so choose. And we can also schedule in-clinic sports physicals and just regular physicals. And many thanks to the Nashville Diaper Connection for providing free diapers and food. I want to echo my colleagues' concern about not just the language, but actions that we have that's increasing, just rhetoric, about what some people perceive to be critical race theory, though it is not matching the actual true definition of what CRT is. And so I want to make sure that we do stay the course and pay attention to that, and that we have some support. The teacher that you're referring to from public speaking, Ms. Sun, is from my district. And I do hope that we have some protections in place, some good conversations as a board, whether it's in our upcoming retreat or just in general with Dr. Battle, about how they are to handle those so that we can support not only our students, but also our teachers. Thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Player-Peters?
And I want to add on to what my colleague said, but I want to put a different perspective. I was saying about the growth of Nashville. I was talking to another elected official today and saying how fast Nashville's grown over the last decade. Mm-hmm. And when I worked in the mayor's office, we had Asurion, we had Amazon, we had Smile Direct. The mayor, Cooper, announced Oracle. Mm-hmm. Those companies are expecting our children to be prepared not only with literacy, not only with numeracy, but also how to talk and manage with other ethnicities, markets, and cultures. They are worldwide companies. Their headquarters are going to be in our city. The growth of Nashville has grown, it's grown 10% in the last 10 years. the new census numbers of just what we are. And one of the reasons we've heard, if you've been around education, about businesses saying, how are we preparing our children to do that? And when I was on the board ethics training held by Metro government a couple weeks ago, they say by 2040, Nashville is going to be 30% white, 30% black, and basically 30% Latino. And then we also have our other cultures in there that's built in the other 10%. That's almost in 20 years. So when our kindergartens who start this year, by the time they graduate, Nashville's no longer going to be 70% white and 30%, 20% black, 10% Latino, whatever the kind of numbers have been. And those companies, and this is from the pro-union girl, like I'm always about standing with our parents, but those companies increase their profitability. It's been studied. Their profitability is how they market to multicultural customers, clients, and businesses and markets. And you cannot, we've seen it with I want to call the cancel culture, when companies make a misstep, the money and profits that are lost because we have not due diligence of tasting the basic history. How you process and analyze is one thing, but we have to teach the basics and the history. And that's our job, is to give a basic fundamental education of what the truth is. And like the Bible says, you should know the truth and the truth will set you free. And with that, we have to teach our children the truth. And how we analyze is a different thing, how we present it, but we have to protect our teachers of being a part of this academic exercise of being in democracy. That's why we're in democracy, because you can teach with a certain level of freedom so we can be the best country and the best government in the world. And so with the teachers, I stand in solidarity with you. As Dr. Gentry said, how that protection looks like, we'll figure that out. But if we're going to be the first-class city, every student known, when it comes to literacy, numeracy, to teach all of that, you got to teach the whole picture and the truth and how we process that. We are a multicultural city. We're a growing city for a reason. People come to Nashville for a reason. And if we're going to continue to recruit these top-notch world headquarters to our city and for our students to benefit from it as that workforce, instead of bringing in more people in, we have to prepare them for that. And that's part of teaching the true multicultural history of not only black and white, but also Latina, the Kurdish culture, the Middle Eastern culture, all the different, as Ms. Elrod said, Overton, and then also my cluster, we have a very diverse student population that comes from tens of scores of countries. And so we have to be prepared for that. And I think that's what makes us unique as a school system within our state, but also within the world and in our country. And so I stand in solidarity. We will teach the history of race, whatever that looks like. That's age appropriate, but our students aren't dumb. They see it, they experience, they feel it, they know it. And we just have to do that in a proper and articulate way that's age appropriate, but we cannot run away from it.
Thank you. Mrs. Masters?
This is a good part about being last. Some of my stuff already got taken. At Fran's event on July 31st, I want to remind everyone that the Parent Advisory Council will be there, and they are still looking for representatives, and so that would be a great chance to talk with them. If anyone at home is still watching, or maybe they're going to watch on YouTube later, great chance to talk to the current PAC reps and find out what that's all about. It's just an amazing way for parents to get involved with what's going on in schools. And then to echo what Ms. Elrod said, lots of opportunities to get kids vaccinated before the school year starts. I'm very fortunate. We're all age 13 and up in my household, so we are all vaxxed. And so when my guy heads to middle school for 8th grade in MNPS on August 10th, he is vaxxed and protected, and also planning to wear a mask in solidarity with any of his students, the other students in his school who may not yet be vaccinated. My daughter already graduated, so we'll just move on from that. Okay. The other thing is I want to congratulate Educators Cooperative on a really amazing event on July 10th called their Collective Conference, where they shared some of the successes around collaboration in schools this past year. So I think that was very exciting that they were able to celebrate the successes because it was not a lost year. A lot of great things still happened. And our own chair bugs and Ashford Hughes and Dr. Ricky Gibbs from the amazing Warner Elementary, which is a zone school in East Nashville that you can go to and have a really great experience. They participated in an anti-racist teaching, learning, and leading from the classroom presentation. And I'm just very proud of the fact that that work is going on. And Educators Cooperative is doing really deep and meaningful work in that area. And I'm very proud of the MNPS representation that was at that event and the fact that we are thinking about that and being leaders in that area. And just get vaxxed and stock up on cute masks for your elementary school kids. And everybody have a great rest of the summer.
Thank you, Mrs. Tyler.
I just wanted to highlight just a couple of reminders. Along with that, reminder that our 7th graders need to submit their vaccination records per state law. It would be a perfect time to get that COVID vaccine if you haven't gotten it yet. You're having to get it anyway. You're having to get an extra vaccine anyway. So do everything you can to protect your kids. Make sure you get those in. They have to be in before the first day of school. There's a little bit of a grace period, but if you don't get them in after 5 days, then you will not be allowed to continue to come. So you must do what you can to get them in as soon as possible. Reminder, if you have a rising kindergartner and you have not enrolled them yet, make sure you get that done. Preschool is open for enrollment as well, as you heard from Chairwoman Buggs, who got her son in his preschool right now. And early college high school in District 9 is accepting applications. Students at early college will earn a high school diploma and a college associate degree by 12th grade at no cost to the families. Students will earn 60 college credits to support college readiness and career preparedness. So you can head on over to MNPS's page and look up early college to learn more about it, figure out if you have any questions about it, and to apply if that's something you're interested in. And then finally, I just want to kind of end on the same note that many other people have said, that we hire our teachers to be professionals who can do a job. And part of that job is to teach the truth about the world around us. And so as a board, we need to do everything we can to protect the people that we hired and put out in front of our students and told them, you must do this job. And it is our responsibility to have their backs and to protect them as they do the job that we're asking them to do. So teachers, you already know I love you. So we're doing everything we can to support you.
Thank you. All right, a couple of announcements. First, our next board retreat and last of, I guess, this school year will be next Thursday, July 22nd. We'll also be spending our lunch period with the State Board of Education to, again, build better political relationships. Again, the first day of school is literally 4 weeks from today, August 10th. It'll be a half day for pre-K students and a full day for K through 12. Because it'll just make me cry for real. So, Representative John Lewis Way, a celebration in his honor will be held this Friday and Saturday. If you have not heard about it, please, I think you can go to the Nashville.gov website. There's certainly a number of council members who are promoting it on their Facebook pages and in other places. So please feel free to register and to join. Saturday, July 31st, the Nashville Soccer Club will be dedicating at Napier Elementary School a field of some sort. I'm sorry I have some of the details murky, but Nashville Soccer Club reached out to me earlier this week, and I'm just looking forward to hear more details, and I'll send that out via my MailChimp. July 27th, there will be two summer graduations, one that I will be attending at 10 a.m. and one that my vice chair, Mrs. Rachel Ann Elrod, will be attending for our summer graduates. We, again, want to make sure that we're not not missing out on any students, but we're making sure that we're celebrating students. So, yes, Mr. Little, please send that so that we can all put that on our calendars if we're able to attend. I am a member of the Mayor's Community Safety Partnership Advisory Fund. If you go to Hub Nashville and you know of an organization that meets the criteria that is supporting students to disrupt violence in any way through mentoring or other measures, they can apply for a small amounts of funding, and then soon we'll be releasing a large amount of funding. So again, please go to Hub Nashville. And lastly, I have begged a parent advisory group or parent advocacy group in Nashville to please let me join so that I can learn how to best support my child as a parent. And I will say that the Parent Advisory Council has taken me under their wing, and they will be helping me to recruit students in the North Nashville, our families in the North Nashville area, so that we can better advocate for our children. So I look forward to working with them. Thank you all so much. And if any other parent advocacy groups are willing to take me on to teach me how to be a good parent, I would love, hint, hint, wink, wink, I would love to join the fellowship. So, be there no further business. This meeting is adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.